Series on Fox. Last night, baseball was like it ought to be. Torrey and Cox matched each other move by move in a classic game of chess. It looked like the Yankee skipper lost at his Kenny Rogers gamble, but it was Bobby who rolled snake eyes, and to everyone's surprise, unlikely hero Leyritz struck lightning as the Road Warriors set Atlanta on fire. Tonight, Pettit plays for redemption, but in his way stands Smokin' Smokes. Now it's New York and Atlanta all even in Game 5 of the World Series on Fox.
In 1965, Atlanta Fulton County Stadium opened its doors. In 1966, Braves' Joe Torre christened this yard with its first home run. The launching pad's most famous moment came in April of '74.
Here's the pitch by Downing. Swinging. There's a dive into left center field. That ball is going to be out of here. It's gone. It's 7:15. There's a new home run champion of all time, and it's Henry Aaron.
But this yard's latest, greatest moment came last October. David Justice gave the city of Atlanta its first sports championship with that home run as the Braves beat the Cleveland Indians. From the old to the new, Olympic Stadium up above will greet the Braves next year. Tonight, for the final time, the Atlanta Braves will play here at the Chop Shop, and what a ball game they will have as the New York Yankees invade this hostile house to take on the Atlanta Braves in critical Game 5 of the 1996 World Series. Hello again, everybody. Along with Dave Winfield and Steve Lyons, I'm Chip Carey. Welcome to Fox Sports coverage of the 1996 World Series. What a ball game last night. New York won it 8-6 in 10 innings. Simply put, it was the greatest postseason comeback in Yankees history. What a game for the Bronx Bombers. Bobby Cox said in the papers today, hey, we blew this ball game. To put it simply, what in the world happened, David?
In my opinion, it's been the little things, the execution or lack thereof. In a nutshell, I think the Yankees have basically out-hustled and outplayed and basically beaten the Braves the last couple of games. I mean, it's the little things. When I say that, recall the ball that dropped between three Braves down the right field line, the misplayed ball by Jermaine Dye in right field, the bobble balls at shortstop by Belliard and by Blauser. All these things really opened the door for the Yankees to walk through, and that's exactly what they did.
Well, those are some great keys to the way the game was won. But I had some questions about last night's ball game, as a lot of us did. Number one, you bring Wohlers in to throw 2 innings instead of his customary 1. Now, Wohlers has only gone 2 innings 1 time all year, and what happened that time? Gave up 3 hits, 2 runs, and blew the save. The other thing is intentionally walking Bernie Williams to load the bases. Now, I feel it's very difficult for a guy to intentionally walk a guy, then come back and throw strikes to the next hitter, and there's no place to put Boggs. Here he is, taking as he usually does. Avery gets him to go 1 and 2, then a nasty slider, another nasty slider. Anybody else in baseball swings at one of those pitches. Wade Boggs spits on it, he ends up walking, and they get the run out of that. Wade Boggs is the best 2-strike hitter I've ever seen play baseball, and if he's got the best eye in baseball too, so he's going to go up there and get you either a hit or a walk.
Well, it's obvious Bobby Cox liked the lefty-lefty matchup. Boggs hits left-handers 60 points worse than right-handers. It's a move that even Joe Torre and Don Zimmer agree with, a move that Bobby Cox has used before. 3 times he got 3 double plays out of it. It didn't work last night. Simply put, the story of this series has been the difference in the bullpens. The Yankees' pen has been awesome. Atlanta's bullpen has struggled. 0-2, a .318 earned run average. Case in point last night. Mark Wohlers up and warming in the 7th inning. Mike Pilecki gave the Braves 2 great innings of work. He was out of gas. Brad Klotz, a young, inexperienced reliever, warming. Mark Wohlers got the call, came in, and you all know what happened in the 9th inning of that ball game. Bobby Cox second-guessed on the move, but still feels confident about it even today.
There's absolutely no reason not to use him in the 8th inning last night. I mean, you're only looking for 6 outs and complete rest. And as a matter of fact, I knew going in we're going to use him in the 8th tonight, and he would be able to pitch tonight an inning. He's strong, and you know, if he racked up a ton of pitches, then he wouldn't probably. But you know, funny things happened to him last night. He was airing it out. He wasn't holding anything back, and it's really ridiculous for anybody to second-guess that move.
It's obvious Bobby Cox ran out of guys in whose arms he had confidence in. And the question the Braves have to ask themselves now is, what is next for Game 5, Game 6, and 7 up in New York?
Well, to me, yesterday was the hump day for the Yankees. If they could get by with their least effective starter, they were going to be in pretty good shape. I mean, Ray Charles could see if the Yanks didn't win that game, it was over. So I recall back in 1981, we had a 2-game lead over the Dodgers. We went to L.A., momentum shifted. These things can happen. Momentum is fleeting. Can the Yankees continue their rise, or can they continue their surge? I don't know, because I think John Smoltz is going to win it tonight, and I think maybe Atlanta in 7.
Hey, you know, this is a team, this Yankee ball club is truly a team that represents the city they play in. A bunch of tough customers that are never going to quit on you. Having said that, I think that's Braves in 6. They repeat as the national champions here. Bottom line is, the Yankee bullpen has been brilliant, but they've been overused, and you can never count on those Yankee starters. 2 words for you: Smoltz, Maddox. It's been a lot of fun. Lights out in New York.
Yeah, that's going to happen. The Braves had better get Game 5 here tonight. Andy Pettitte gets the ball. Game 1, he was rocked. 7 runs, only 7 outs. Joe Torre and the Yankees expect more. Well, the Braves know what they expect from John Smoltz. 4-0 this postseason, 9-1 lifetime. He's pitching the most important game of the year for the Braves. It's the Yankees and Atlanta. Game 5 from Atlanta's Fulton County Stadium. We'll continue our setup as we continue here on Fox right after this.
Fox, the exclusive home of the 1996 World Series.
I love my country.
I'm from Chicago, Illinois.
St. Paul, Minnesota.
Best city in the world. I like the Midwestern attitude.
I love Hawaii.
From Idaho. Moscow, Idaho.
Sausalito.
By far the most beautiful place.
California.
The mountains, the beach. I love football.
I love basketball.
Hockey.
I love to swim.
I like to surf.
7th inning stretch.
Buffalo, New York. United States of America.
United States of America.
USA.
Want a really good surprise? Well, how about a grapefruit juice drink that's not bitter? Ocean Spray Ruby Red and Tangerine. Surprise!
It's sweet.
Ocean Spray Ruby Red and Tangerine is surprisingly sweet. It's not like any other grapefruit you've ever had.
Sweet.
So if you crave a better grapefruit taste, try surprisingly sweet Ruby Red and Tangerine from Ocean Spray.
Thank you. I've just had this most extraordinary phone call from Delta Airlines. It seems they have this intrepid team of meteorologists who spotted a weather problem ahead on my next flight. So they moved things around and then actually rang me up with a reroute. Now, instead of sitting and circling, I'll continue whining and dining and still stick to my schedule. Very civilized, wouldn't you say? Cheers.
Still looking to take it off? Well, Bally Total Fitness is making it very easy. Right now, you can join the nation's largest health club chain for just $1 down and work out all you want for less than $1 a day. That's right, no high down payments, no hidden fees, just $1 down and less than $1 a day. So call 1-800-FITNESS today, because now there's no easier way to look and feel great. Call 1-800-FITNESS now and get started at Bally Total Fitness today for just $1 down and work out all you want for less than $1 a day.
Home Improvement, weeknights at 6 and 7 p.m. on Fox 5.
Welcome back to Atlanta Fulton County Stadium for Game 5 of the 1996 World Series. Let's join Atlanta Public Address announcer Marshall Mann.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the presentation of our national anthem, which tonight will be performed by multi-platinum East-West recording artists in vogue.
Say, can't you see by the dawn's early light, and at the dawn's early proudly we hail, at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad strides and bright stars through the perilous fight, over the ramparts we walk. We're so gallantly streaming. bombs bursting in air, bombs bursting in air through the night. That flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Well, if Game 5 is as exciting as Game 4, it'll be a perfect way to close out the great history here at Atlanta's Fulton County Stadium. We're set to go for Game 5 of the World Series, and set to go with the call is our trio of Joe Buck, Tim McCarver, and Bob Brunley. Hello, guys.
Getting ready for Game 5 after a very long Game 4. A fun night here last night at Fulton County Stadium with Bob Brunley and Tim McCarver. 4 hours, 17 minutes, but it was well worth it. And tonight, it is Game 5. Look back at last night's game. It was an interesting game as it unfolded late. And no bigger swing of the bat in this postseason, and one of the biggest ever by Jim Leyritz. That game-tying 3-run home run in the 8th inning.
And Joe, it kept the yes and yesterday as far as the Yankees were concerned. And you may remember during that at-bat, we thought that Mark Wohler should stay away from the slider because he was throwing the fastball 99 miles an hour and the slider 86 miles per hour. So what we thought we would do is take 3 pitches out of that 6-pitch sequence and show you what we were talking about, a slider speed bat. This was a fastball on the first pitch. Now look at Jim Leyritz. He makes contact back in the box. That was the first pitch. Now on the 5th pitch, he makes contact farther out. That was a slider that he fouled off. And on the 6th pitch, the 3-run homer up in the zone, but look how much farther out in front the bat head is. Bingo for the New York Yankees. So what Mark Wohlers did in effect, he did something that Jim Leyritz couldn't do. He sped up the bat head.
And I think it's interesting, and it's been talked about already on our pregame show, that Mark Wohlers would come in the 8th inning, and maybe that points out kind of the underbelly and the soft spot in the underbelly for the Atlanta Braves. Bobby Cox going to Mark Wohlers, and the bullpen for the Atlanta Braves the last 2 games has not been good.
Well, for the Yankees, this series has been a lot like a heavyweight fight. You know, jab and circle, jab and circle. They're looking for that weakness in a seemingly invincible opponent. The last 2 games, they have found that weakness. The Braves bullpen, the numbers are not pretty. Specifically, the 8 walks. 2 of those came in the 9th inning of Game 3. 3 of them came in the 10th inning last night. On the positive note for the Braves, Bobby Cox sending John Smoltz to the mound. He's been a horse this year. 7 1/3 innings average per start. Bobby Cox might not have to use that bullpen tonight.
Really, each bullpen could use a night off in Game 5. We get ready and we ask the question, how will the Braves say goodbye to Fulton County Stadium? We're about to find out in Game 5 after this from your local Fox station.
Tonight, New Yorkers prepare a homecoming for their home team, and how you too can have a Baywatch body. After the game on the 10 o'clock news tonight.
I certainly do have a variety of positions that are liberal.
You certainly do, Bob, like on crime. You voted to let violent criminals go free on technicalities. That's liberal.
I certainly do have a variety of positions that are liberal.
That's right, Bob, like on taxes. You voted for the biggest tax increase ever. That's very liberal.
I certainly do have a variety of positions that are liberal.
Absolutely, Bob. Like on welfare. You voted against workfare. That's extremely liberal.
I certainly do have a variety of positions that are liberal.
We agree. Torricelli is foolishly liberal.
Looking for a stylish wagon at a price you can afford? Don't look at Saturn or Corolla. The Hyundai Elantra has much more for less. Need more power and more room? Leave Corolla and Saturn behind. Elantra has more. The wagon that comes with standard dual airbags costs just $97.99 after $2,000 cash back. That's over $4,400 less than Corolla. And you can get no money down and no payments for 90 days. So be smart and buy smart. Drive home the Elantra wagon for under $10,000. See your Hyundai dealer today.
There's a global company that can help you reach overseas markets as if they were right next door. A company that can speed packages across the Atlantic or the Pacific for less than you'd probably pay to send them across town. The U.S. Postal Service offers global priority mail. Around the country and around the world, no one delivers like the U.S. Postal Service.
My dad is a soil scientist. Never really figured out what it means. He teaches trees to defend themselves from diseases, and trees are important. They help us live by eating all the carbon monoxide. I think Dad should get paid more than a baseball player because Dad's job is more important.
International Paper. We answer to the world.
Good Day, New York. Weekdays starting at 7 a.m. on Fox 5.
Well, the series is tied 2 games apiece, and this is Game 5 of the 1996 World Series. About a look at the Yankees starting lineup. Derek Jeter will lead it off at short, then Charlie Hayes batting second at third base. Bernie Williams hitting third and center. Cecil Fielder cleaning up. Then Darryl Strawberry in left, Paul O'Neill in right. Mariano Duncan at second, Jim Leyritz, the game-tying 3-run home run in the 8th inning here last night in Game 4. Pitching and batting ninth, the left-hander Andy Pettitte. A look at the Braves defense, highlighting Chipper Jones. 14 errors in 132 games this season, including his work since the curtain came down on the regular season. And on the mound, 4-0 in the postseason in 1996, 9-1 in 17 postseason starts. It's John Smoltz.
Tremendous concentration level from John Smoltz. He seems to rise to the occasion in big games. Throws a fastball, throws a curve, throws a slider, throws a changeup. He's a power pitcher with control.
As a matter of fact, at the press conference yesterday, one of the writers asked John Smoltz what he was thinking about yesterday and what he would be thinking about today. And he said, nothing. He said, I've already thought about it, which is a great point.
John Smoltz is on the mound. He could end up with 30 wins this season if he can win here tonight. He won 24 games during the regular season. He could win his 5th in the postseason. He won the All-Star game in the start he made in Philadelphia.
You see the second bullet point, great moving high fastball. He'll get a lot of strikeouts on high fastballs. He'll get a lot of fly balls with the high fastball. Unlike Maddox, unlike Glavine, who throw a lot of ground balls, Smoltz is more of a fly ball strikeout pitcher.
Well, the Atlanta Braves asked John Smoltz to stop the bleeding. Losing Game 3 here in Atlanta, 5-2, as David Cone pitched so well and beat Tom Glavine. Last night, Game 4, blowing a 6-0 lead, losing 8-6 in 10 innings. This crowd is ready for the Braves to make their final appearance at Fulton County Stadium before heading across the street next season. We're glad you're with us for Game 5. Derek Jeter leads it off. He did not go around, says the first base umpire. Man, and instead of strike one, it's ball one. I mean, it's not even close.
Not even close. Not even close.
Maybe tough to see with all the flash bulbs popping around the ballpark on the first 2 pitches. 2-0. 21 postseason hits for Derek, the rookie record which surpasses what Chipper Jones did last season. Right through it, 2-1. Pitching on 3 days rest, John Smoltz. Last time August 11th. He was a winner. For so many different rotations, it might be something out of the ordinary to pitch on 3 days rest, but for the Braves, with all the work they get, all the throwing on the side, and at times going on 3 days rest, no big deal. 3-1 on Jeter, leading off. Charlie Hayes waiting on deck, then Bernie Williams. Behind home plate, it's Larry Young with Jerry Davis, Jim Evans, Terry Tata on the bases, Tim Welke down the left field line, and Steve Ripley down the right field foul line. 3-2 to Jeter. One away.
Talked about the John Smoltz high fastball. We see it already. The first batter of the game starts him out with a high fastball. Goes away with a fastball right down the tube. Ends up striking him out with a fastball up around the belt. Right on by.
High rider. Now Charlie Hayes batting second tonight. Right through it again. Strike one. Hayes last night broke through. He had 3 hits and a walk after coming into last night's game 0 for 6 in the series. Strike 2.
You can see already the difference between John Smoltz and Maddox and Glavine. Smoltz has no movement on that fastball other than from his hand to the catcher's mitt. It's straight as a string, but it's got a lot of heat on it.
Just missed 1 and 2.
Just outside to Charlie Hayes. If you're going to miss 0 and 2, it's best to miss outside than over the plate.
Now 1 and 2 on Hayes. 2 and 2. Well, 3 days rest, and Smoltz has already been able to hit mid-90s on our radar gun. He took care of Jeter, and he's 2 and 2 on Charlie Hayes.
And all fastballs to this point of the ball game.
Two out.
Splitting hairs on the outside corner. Right there. Remember, working both sides of the plate, in my opinion, a much more effective way of getting hitters out than strictly keeping the ball down. We've made that point several times during the series. It still applies.
Here comes Bernie Williams, who is only 2 out of 16 in this World Series, still hitting over 300 after a huge ALCS and Division Series. Strike 1 from Smoltz. Bernie had his big night here in game 3. An RBI single, reached on an error, flied one to the wall, and hit a 2-run home run. Trying to get something started, maybe get a lead for Andy Pettitte, who waits to work in the bottom of the first. 1-1 from Smoltz.
Bobby Cox saying today that if he had to do it all over again, to intentionally walk Bernie Williams in the 10th inning to get to Wade Boggs with Steve Avery pitching and 2 outs, he'd do it.
Back-to-back strikeouts to start for Smoltz. Just high, and it's 2-1. Even the pitches that are missing from Smoltz are barely missing. Seems at the start to be able to put the ball where he wants.
They're not really trying to trick anybody up to this point. You know, as a catcher, if you see a pitcher on the mound throwing this kind of fastball, why waste it with a breaking pitch?
Williams late on that cut, 2-2.
Why speed up the bat?
Why speed up that bat? Absolutely. Sometimes you can sense it as a catcher. The guy's just got tremendous stuff. Let's just go with the #1 until you feel he's starting to lose a little bit.
Smoltz trying to strike out the side here in the first inning. Seen this throughout the series. Yankee hitters calling time and getting out of the batter's box. 2-2. Bernie Williams trying to extend the first half inning for Cecil Fielder. Tino Martinez not in the lineup tonight for the Yankees, despite the right-hander on the mound for Atlanta. Got all three. And on the first breaking ball of the first inning, Smoltz rings up all three. A half inning, game 5, no score.
Here's the thing. Most long-distance plans, very complicated.
Oh, yeah.
But the AT&T one-rate plan, very simple.
How simple?
Calls from home are one low rate all the time.
How much?
It's 15 cents a minute to anybody in America at any time.
And this is AT&T.
That's right.
One rate all the time.
Exactly.
Is there any time when this is not the rate?
There is no time when this is not the rate.
I don't get it.
Am I just being unclear?
No restrictions, no games. The AT&T one-rate plan.
Now, Jack, I'm not making any promises, but when you get your license, this car could be yours. But please, take it easy, because it has a lot of power, and it's quiet, so you don't have to crank up the music. But I'm not worried. I know you'll be a great driver. Just like your dad.
Introducing the new 1997 Mitsubishi Galant. A car you can count on. The new Galant from Mitsubishi. Built for living.
The Monstars stole the talent from the NBA players.
Forget the season. Time to play a little basketball. Forget the playoffs. You're mine. Forget the finals. On November 15th, there's only one basketball game that counts. Michael Jordan, Bugs Bunny, and the NBA's best in a comedy of epic proportions.
Perhaps I could be of some assistance.
Space Jam. Rated PG. Starts Friday, November 15th.
Well, what a start for the Braves and John Smoltz. He struck out the side in the first inning. And a look at the Atlanta starting lineup. Marquise Grissom will lead off. Then Mark Lemke batting second. Chipper Jones hitting third at third. Then it's Fred McGriff. What a series he is having, hitting .429. Javi Lopez catching with Andrew Jones in left. Jermaine Dye in right. Jeff Blauser at short. John Smoltz pitching and batting ninth. The Yankee defense, Fielder at first instead of Martinez, and Lerich behind the plate. Started 31 of Pettit's 39 starts this season. He has become Andy Pettit's catcher, the left-hander, a 21-game winner during the regular season, his second World Series start.
Andy Pettitte will give up base hits, and he will walk guys. He'll find himself pitching out of jams a lot, but he's been able to do it throughout the season, although he wasn't able to do it in Game 1.
The winningest pitcher in the American League facing the winningest pitcher in the National League.
A rematch of Game 1 of this series back at Yankee Stadium when Pettitte did not fare well at all. 2 1/3 innings, 7 runs on 6 hits. Grissom looked at ball 1. Marquise Grissom has hit safely in his first 10 World Series games. 8 out of 19. This go around. Good breaking ball, strike 2.
All 6 against Cleveland last year and all 4 this year.
Robbie Cox already into it with a home plate umpire, Larry Young. 1-2 on Grissom. 1 away.
Good downward movement on that curveball. You saw that, as a matter of fact, on the strikeout to Marquise Grissom. Used his cutter to right-handers, especially in on the hands, and that is the key. Not to throw that cutter out over the plate, but to keep it inside the right-handers. You see that pitch he just made? That's the one pitch that Joe Torre does not want Andy Pettitte throwing. That cutter that he throws outside and comes over the middle of the plate.
Down the right field line, that'll get out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike.
You may remember that was the pitch that Andrew Jones hit out for the first scoring of the series, the 2-run homer at Yankee Stadium. Joe Torre saying, look, I was a right-handed hitter. He didn't say it, but he was a good one too. And when that ball comes in the middle of the plate, just sails in there, that ball is hittable, so stay away from it.
1-1 to Lemke. That's foul. Strike 2.
It's funny because I talked to Jim Leyritz during the division series about Andy Pettitte, and he said if Pettitte has his good cutter and is able to spot it, he likes to use that pitch. The one that starts off the outside corner and tries to backdoor right-handed hitters. But I agree, that's a very, very dangerous pitch. Very little margin for error.
Lemke a good rip on a pitch that was up, and the count stays 1-2.
You might also recall in Game 1, Pettitte pitched almost exclusively inside in his short stint. Very few pitches on the outside part of the plate, and the Braves hitters made adjustments very quickly.
2 out, and a big hook from Andy Pettitte, and back-to-back strikeouts for Pettitte here in the first inning.
Well, Pettitte has thrown more curveballs in this game than he did in all of Game 1. 2 fastballs there, a big hook that Lemke pulls foul, another hook that stays up. Good one down low in the zone right there.
Well, that was a yanker similar to the one he struck Grissom out on.
We've seen 5 hitters who've had 5 strikeouts. Now Chipper Jones flies to right. And a quick and easy first inning for each starter here in Game 5. After 1 in Atlanta, Yankees and Braves, no score.
I am Autobahn, Lord of the Highways. Do you think you have what it takes to tame me? Do you? Try me. I dare you.
Currently accused of drug smuggling.
The White House had to know about the prior arrests. They had to know about his connections to the Cali cartel. But hey, this guy gave $20,000, so let him come on in, right?
And why all those contributions from Indonesian businessmen and other non-citizens?
Seemed like you go overseas, because that's where the money is. Makes
headed for an ethical morass if re-elected.
We are headed toward a second Watergate with all this stuff going on and a constitutional crisis in 1997. Just remember where you heard it and put it in the bank.
And remember what you did not hear at the presidential debates because Perot says he was shut out.
With $5 trillion in debt, you notice neither party discussed the debt.
Oops.
3-candidate debate, but now wants Perot's support and supporters. Even if Perot is only a single-digit candidate, 5, 6, maybe 7%, has campaigned sporadically, and his own slim fundraising efforts suggest
my mama, she makes the best
too, citing 1992 exit polls.
40% said they would have voted for me, 31% for Clinton, 27% for Bush. And then the pollster, I'm sure, in just pure shock, said, well, then why didn't you vote your conscience?
Nothing Perot said in his first public comments would give Bob Dole any comfort or support. Moreover, a Perot aide handed out a week's campaign schedule with rallies almost daily. Florida Friday, Ohio Saturday.
Burn free with Pepsi AC.
The X-Files has been abducted and moved to a new night. The X-Files now on Sundays at 9, 8 Central.
But John Smoltz looked absolutely unhittable in the first inning. Wow.
That's the president of the Dennis Rodman fan club right there.
Yeah. Talk about taking it to an extreme. John Smoltz did with 3 strikeouts in the first inning. He went right through the Yankees, and now Cecil Fielder looks at a ball low from Smoltz. It'll be Fielder, Strawberry, and O'Neill. Cecil has had a very good World Series and has worked his way into this lineup no matter who is on the mound for the opposition. Made the starts against the left-handed pitchers Glavine and Nagel, and because of the struggles of Tino Martinez and the way Cecil's swinging the bat, here he is making the start against Smoltz. 2-0 the count. Pretty good swing, 2-1.
Well, Joe Torre, a manager that's not afraid to play his hunches. You know, he's really opened himself up for some second guessing by not starting Boggs at third base and Martinez at first base, the 2 left-handed hitters. But this man knows his ball club a lot better than the second guessers do. He's going with the hot hands.
2 balls and a strike. To the left side and through. Off the glove of Chipper Jones, a leadoff hit. Fielder 6 out of 16 in this World Series.
Cecil is picking it up a bit. I'll tell you, on that ball down in the zone, he is supporting a lot of little fielders and supporting them very well. You cannot test Cecil Fielder on a ball from the thighs down.
So Fielder aboard to start the inning in the infield with that drastic shift to the right side for Strawberry. And a strike over the outside corner. 3 out of 11 with 1 RBI in this World Series so far. 1-1.
Joe Torre telling Darryl Strawberry, if they shift on you again, try to bunt again. You may remember that Darryl Strawberry trying to bunt off Terrell Wade last night. He fouled it off.
Leadoff man is on. Out in front, strike 2. You can forget the bunt now.
Yeah. Good splitter from Smoltz.
The thing about Strawberry already in this series, he has not been afraid to go the other way. Inside corner, 1 away.
Strawberry likes the ball down and in, but this pitch is up around the belt. You can see he gives with it. Smoltz gets the inside corner for the called strike 3. Maybe gets a little more than the inside corner.
It's interesting night to night, not only between the American League umpires as opposed to National League umpires, but just umpire to umpire to figure out what the strike zone will be in the first inning. Smoltz is trying to find it. He's doing a good job. He struck out 4 in the 4 outs he's picked up.
Well, that strike zone is a very subjective thing. It'll change from umpire to umpire, not only from league to league, but from individual umpires within the league. Larry Young behind home plate tonight has the reputation of being a little bit inconsistent around the strike zone.
Strike 2 from Smoltz.
By that I mean he may call one pitch a strike, and the next pitch may be in the same location and it will be a ball, and that's the kind of thing that drives hitters crazy.
Smoltz looking for his 5th strikeout. Have to wait another pitch. O'Neill only 1 hit in this series and hitting just $182 in the 1996 postseason. Pinch hit here last night and struck out in that 3-run 6th inning for New York.
Splitter.
To the right side. Lemke lays back. They get the lead runner, and that's it. So the force out 4-6 off the bat of O'Neill. 1 on, 2 out with Duncan coming up.
You could see John Smoltz shaking off the high fastball from Javier Lopez. And then he went with a splitter. And O'Neill hammers it in the ground. Not hit hard enough to get 2.
So Fielder back to the dugout. O'Neill will run the bases. 2 out. Remember, O'Neill has that bad hamstring, bad left hamstring. Here's Mariano Duncan. He looks at a ball from Smoltz. .340 during the regular season for Duncan, but only 1 hit in this World Series. He started every game. He takes ball 2. It's 2-0. Dwight Gooden in a familiar position during the postseason on that dugout bench. Just watching. To Blauser. High hop. Inning over. No runs, a hit. 1 man left. An inning and a half complete in Atlanta. Game 5, no score.
Time marches on. And if you haven't planned for your retirement, you're losing ground. If you're like most Americans, you probably haven't saved enough, long enough, to retire on solid ground. That's why there's Sun America. Ask your financial advisor about Sun America today, because the only thing that goes faster than money is time. Look to the sun, Sun America.
Come closer, closer. There. I'm the road. I'm so bored. It's been so long since someone new has come into my life and hugged me, caressed me, excited me.
The all-new ES300. The road is calling. Answer it.
Whew, what was that?
Washington is selling our future to the special interests.
Don't waste your vote on someone who will sell you out.
You don't seem so much broken up about it.
No, I'm very sad.
What's wrong with you?
I'm sorry, but since the day I joined your family, I've been at the bottom of your mother's totem pole.
People prefer.
Police have identified 2 of the hostages.
Over any other on-battery tester. It's the best.
I spent a lot of time in Nicaragua and places like that.
Jimmy look Harry, he's waiting for Mary, and the Cowboys shoot the fence. It's a game you've been waiting for on Fox.
Fox NFL Sunday. The Cowboys take on the Dolphins. Noon Eastern, 9 Pacific. Fox Sports coverage of Major League Baseball's World Series is brought to you by Visa. It's everywhere you want to be. By the new Lexus ES300. The road is calling. Answer it. By HBO. It's not TV. It's HBO. And by Sun America, the retirement savings specialist.
Atlanta Braves next year will be moving from there to their new facility named Ted Turner Stadium. That'll be next year. A lot of people think it should be Henry Aaron Stadium.
It'll be on Henry Aaron Way. Street named out in front of the ballpark. A house where Hank Aaron hit that historic home run April 8th, 1974. Place that has become home to postseason baseball really since 1991. Here's McGriff. What a World Series Fred is putting together. Took a strike, now a ball, 1-1. It'll be McGriff, Lopez, and Andrew Jones for the Braves in the second against Andy Pettitte. Out in front, he went around, and it's a 1-2 count.
Another big breaking ball from Andy Pettitte. He certainly learned his lesson in game 1. Changing speeds, using the big breaking ball tonight, spotting that cut fastball when he gets ahead in the count.
Pettitte looking for his third strikeout of the night. He found it. 1 away. So 4 outs picked up by Pettitte, 3 on the strikeout.
It's pretty clear that the Braves are facing a different Andy Pettitte tonight. He has late break on his breaking balls. As a matter of fact, we mentioned in the first inning, he seems to be going to that pitch a lot more often. He may do it the first time through the lineup and resort more to the cutter in the middle innings.
Javi Lopez grounds to second on the first pitch. 2 up, 2 down for Atlanta here in the second. So Javi Lopez struggling a bit, now 3 out of 15 after hitting .542 in the NLCS.
Well, as is the case with a lot of good pitchers, you have to get Andy Pettitte early. In innings 1 through 3 this season, his ERA was .574. 4, 5, and 6, the ERA dropped down to .299. And in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning, his ERA was .208. You're going to get him early.
Here's a guy who got him early. Andrew Jones back in game 1. The 2-home run night for Andrew Jones. He hit his first off Pettit. Now the first base umpire rings up Andrew Jones, and this crowd already upset with the umpiring in Game 5.
That was because the first pitch of the ball game, Derek Jeter went around clearly, and now Andrew Jones goes around. Good call. Bobby Cox not arguing that call.
He went again, and the count 0-2.
This is something we have not seen from Andrew Jones throughout this series. We talked about it in Game 2 and 3, how he seems to get good cuts every at bat. We hadn't seen him check his swing, but already in this first at bat, 2 check swings.
It could be an indication of how deceptive Andy Pettit's breaking ball is.
2 out, nobody on, and that wasn't very deceptive. 1-2.
Well, that's exactly where he wanted to throw that. Maybe not exactly where he wanted to throw it, but you could see Leyritz, after he gave the sign, put the palm of his glove down towards the ground. Keep it down. Keep it down. You can see his glove almost on the ground there. Hope to get Jones to chase a bad pitch.
Again, 2-2.
Jim Leyritz needed a shovel to field those last 2 balls.
There'll be plenty of them around here in not too long.
Ball's under the plate.
Nice block.
2 out, nobody on here in the second inning for Atlanta, and from 0-2 to 3-2. Jermaine Dye waits on deck. Say this for Bobby Cox. He is not one to tinker with his lineup and not one to react from game to game. Staying with the 2 rookies back-to-back in the lineup. And Andrew Jones draws a 2-out walk. Little shake of the head from Joe Torre as Pettit let Andrew Jones get away after getting out in front 0-2.
And now the fun starts at first base. Andrew Jones with 89 stolen bases the last 2 years in the minor leagues. Andy Pettit with the best move in the major leagues, the best pickoff move to first base.
11 pickoffs this year.
Had a very big lead by Jones, actually going back to the bag with the pitch, and it's strike 1 on Jermaine Dye.
You're not really sure if Andrew Jones had a good read there or not, because he was going back on the move before as well. He's looking to home. He's going to throw to first.
1 on, 2 out after the walk. Now Jones running. The pitch is a strike, and Andrew Jones steals his first bag in the postseason.
I think what Andrew Jones, a very intelligent young player, did, he realized that Andy Pettit's right foot went behind the left leg. When the right foot goes behind the left leg for a left-handed pitcher, he is committed to go home. Jones picked up on it and stole second base.
So a base hit could put Atlanta out in front. It's an 0-2 count on Jermaine Dye. To the shortstop, Jeter. Second inning over. No score after 2 in Game 5. Back to Fulton County Stadium after this from your local Fox station.
Now let me get this straight. What you're saying is all those Delta Sky miles I'm accumulating
will never expire. Just fly with us once every 3 years.
So 10 years from now, you're still good. Half a century passes.
Still good.
Oh, I'm 104 and I need a vacation.
Have you flown with us once every 3 years?
Absolutely.
Hawaii's nice.
Time to make the coffee. Time to make the donuts. Time to make the bagels. Hey! Wake up! That's better.
We're a bright and early.
It's not often easy, and not often kind. Did you ever have to make
Look at this place. It's like a museum.
Okay, can I say one thing? Picasso.
Wow.
It's a woman giving birth to her own face.
This is the fanciest room I've ever been in my entire life.
Okay, see, now I want to be a woman.
All right, sit down, sit down. He's gonna come in a minute. Sit down.
I'm sitting.
What's wrong with your hair?
What?
It looks weird.
It's not.
Around the country and...
Like this. Pat it down in the back.
I am. Patting.
Hello. You must be Paul and Jamie.
You must be Dr. Vonderfall.
Is it wonderful or wonderful? Because I gotta tell you, either way, it's quite what.
Reacts to the first person to ever win $1 million tax-free. Tax-free million from the New York Lottery. Who will be next?
Home Improvement, weeknights at 6 and 7 p.m. on Fox 5.
Well, the old Yankee hero will stand in to lead off the third inning. Last night, game 4, 2 on, 1 out. The high hanging slider from Wohlers, and Larich knew what to do with it. The 3-run home run that tied the game at 6 in the 8th inning. A game the Yankees won 8-6 in 10 innings. One of the biggest swings of a bat in World Series history.
Yeah, and if the Yankees go on to win this series, it'll be known as the at-bat to New Yorkers.
Strike 1 from Smoltz, who has allowed 1 hit. Barely missed. 1 ball, 1 strike. Pretty good pitch. Smoltz has struck out 4, allowed no runs on a hit. Little high. Every ball that's been put in play so far, little different for Smoltz. It's been put in play on the ground. Normally a fly ball strikeout pitcher. 2-1. Outside corner, 2-2.
Well, after not getting the call on the inside corner, goes on the other side of the plate and does get the call.
2-2. It's out of play.
You know, Larich is really an opposite field hitter. He pulled the ball the home run last night, but it was because it was an off-speed pitch up in the strike zone. His power and most of his base hits are to right field.
Leading it off in the third inning. Just down and in. And a 3-2 count with Pettit on deck,
who has never batted in the major leagues.
One away.
Larry Young called that pitch earlier in the count. This ball right there. Nothing liberal about that call, strike 3, in my opinion.
5 strikeouts already for Smoltz.
A lot of times a catcher will catch that ball actually about 3 inches off the plate, but it hit the front corner.
Here's Andy Pettit. First career plate appearance facing John Smoltz. 0-2. How do you like his chances?
Well, I don't know. We didn't give Graham Lloyd much of a chance last night, but he went up there and took his hacks.
Heck, the first Yankee hit last night was by Kenny Rogers. Ain't gonna happen tonight. Pettit quick and easy, and 6 strikeouts for Smoltz. Tomorrow morning, start your day at 9 a.m. with Fox After Breakfast. Join host Tom Bergeron and Laurie Hibbard. Special guest James Brown, Whoopi Goldberg, and the cast of The Associate live right here on Fox tomorrow morning. 2 out, nobody on. Here's the leadoff hitter, Derek Jeter. Off the inside corner for ball 1.
JB probably going on talking about that Miami Dolphin and Dallas Cowboy game on Sunday.
If it's that JB, I'm kind of thinking it may be the other.
Oh.
The Godfather of Soul?
Well, either one of them could talk about the game on Sunday. Might have a different take on it.
But only one of them's got a brand new bag.
1 ball, 1 strike on Derek Jeter. It's the singer James Brown. That's a line drive.
Snow cone.
I feel good. Chipper Jones makes the catch. And the Yankees go in order in the 3rd. Hello. Bottom of the 3rd inning, game 5. No score.
Chance of getting in good with your mother.
Just hang in there. Listen, the minute my mother finds out that you are carrying her genetic material, you're gonna fly right to the top of her totem pole. Or not.
Hi, this is Claudia from Dr. Vonderfall's office. Congratulations, Dr. Vonderfall will be able to take you on as a patient. Please call to arrange an appointment.
Huh.
Can I tell you what I'm thinking?
Joan?
Joan.
Yeah, I mean,
She's nice.
She's really nice.
Competent. She's competent.
She's smart. She's competent. She's kind. Really kind.
Very kind.
Like she wouldn't hurt a fly kind of kind.
I can see why your sister loves her.
So, Joan.
Joan.
Yeah. All right. There it is. Hey, we got you a doctor. That's our very first parental decision. Look at that. Little person. Your mother and I have decided to go with Joan.
Radio.
All right, man. Let's move.
It's
and beyond.
non-stop.
You have a cop who broke into my house, killed my wife and my brother, put him on trial.
What happens when a verdict
Not guilty
goes on trial?
On video, October 29th.
You know, we decided we're gonna go with Joan.
Thanks, so.
Good choice, because she has an ice-cold Miller Lite, which makes only one promise: great taste. Join the party. Choose Miller Lite. Life is good. And when you vote, life is really good.
Okay, now, I got the rich ones and the fine ones.
What do I get?
The tall ones. Oh. Ready, break.
Larry Wayne Chipper Jones is lucky to have all his teeth after that line drive off the bat of Derek Jeter.
Well, Jeter has been inside-outing a lot of pitches in this series, trying to hit the ball to the opposite field, but this time gets a fastball down and in and turns it around. A wake-up call for Chipper Jones.
Now Blauser hits one into deep right. Not deep enough, one away. And Blauser is 2 out of 13 in the World Series. Here's Smoltz. 17 out of 78 at the plate during the regular season with a home run and 12 RBIs. Big total for a pitcher in the postseason. Has 2 hits in 9 at-bats. And a strike from Andy Pettitte. Much better for Pettitte tonight. A 2-out walk, a stolen base allowed last inning. So far, no runs, no hits, and 3 strikeouts. Two and 1. Grissom will be next. Chasing a pitch on 2 and 1. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
That was a showcase swing right there by John Smoltz. He's a very good athlete, a good eye at the plate. He runs very well. Got the count in his favor and tried to let one go.
Now a good swing with 2 strikes to stay alive. It's still 2 and 2. Smoltz struck out Pettitte in the top of the inning. Smoltz lines to right. Yankees had him played perfectly. 2 out. Probably the hardest hit ball by any Brave hitter so far. 2 out here in the 3rd inning. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball. May not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form without express written consent. Glad to have you with us for Game 5 here in Atlanta. Final game at Atlanta's Fulton County Stadium. Here's Grissom. He struck out his first time. This ballpark was quickly put together in 1965 before the baseball season. At that time, the city of Atlanta thought the Braves were coming from Milwaukee in '65. They didn't get here until 1966. And this is the 31st year of baseball here at Fulton County Stadium. The Crackers played here for 1 season. '62, Tim McCarver played here.
Oh, Ponce de Leon Park. Marquise Grissom taking ball 4 off Andy Pettit. It'll be an interesting matchup here with Grissom with all that great speed and Pettit with that terrific move to first base. We'll see if Lemke gives Grissom a chance to steal the base by taking a pitch or 2.
Lemke was swinging early in his first at bat with the bases empty. Mark Lemke has a 13-game hitting streak during the postseason alive. Trying to make it 14. A check on Grissom as Pettit just reminds Marquise that he has a good pickoff move and be careful.
Well, the 4-ball walk to Grissom, really the first sign of Pettit showing any loss of control in this game. Missed with 2 breaking balls up high, 2 fastballs up high. Grissom on first base.
1 on, 2 out here in the 3rd inning. And a good fastball from Pettit for strike 1 to Lemke.
A lot of times a fast base runner against a pitcher with a real good move like Andy Pettit, you will just guess. You'll go on the first move, particularly if the first baseman is a right-hander who has to wheel around to make that throw to second base.
Cecil Fielder has already made 1 good throw in this series while playing first base. He is by no means a liability when he plays in the field. Strike 2 on Lemke.
Well, that position at first really built for a left-handed thrower. Because when he feels the ball and goes to second base, it's a much more natural throw to go to second. A right-hander has a lot more to do. Get inside the line, move the feet around, make the perfect throw.
One advantage Fielder has is his size. He's so big. Almost look over the runner's head. Grissom draws a throw, and he may have been leading there.
Yeah, he doesn't have to move inside the line. He's already there.
Nothing in 2, the count on Lemke after the walk on 4 straight to Grissom. Late break. Ball 1 as Larich thought it was strike 3.
Well, see, catchers are trained with 2 strikes to try to get the strike. That's why Larich didn't shoot out of there. If he gets the strike, the inning's over. Larich, I think, thought the ball was a strike. Grissom steals second, uncontested. Pitch could have been a strike. Remember, it's not where the catcher catches it. It's where it goes over the plate. Larich could have taken the pitch away by getting up.
Now a base hit could put Atlanta on top. 1-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. A late call. That brings Bobby Cox out of the dugout.
That pitch was lower than the 0-2 curveball.
Andy Pettit will take it. Bobby Cox can't believe it. No score after 3.
I'm not everyone. I'm me. So when I decided to quit smoking, I did not choose that one-size-fits-all patch. I chose Nicorette gum. Nicorette has this flexible dosing schedule that helped me control my cravings. It let me use the strength I needed, the amount I needed, when I needed it. Nicorette was personal. It fit me. You know, me the non-smoker. Me.
Nicorette gum will help you quit smoking successfully by helping you control your cravings. You can do it. Nicorette can help.
Through the years, he's amazed you, surprised you, and brought your nightmares to life. Now, Stephen King brings you the greatest horror of all.
You killed my daughter, and I curse you. Thinner.
The weight loss is accelerating.
There is no such thing as a curse.
I'm being erased. Directed by Tom Holland. Rated R. Starts Friday, October 25th. Everywhere.
Nearly half of all eligible Americans don't even bother to vote.
People like me, we're disgusted with politicians
selling out to special interests.
But this time, I'm not wasting my vote.
I'm voting for Ross because you own this country.
Fox Sports coverage of Major League Baseball's World Series is brought to you by Nissan, who reminds you that life is a journey. Enjoy the ride.
Tonight's overhead shots, courtesy of the Goodyear Blimp Stars and Stripes, based in Pompano Beach, Florida. At the controls is Captain Larry Chambers from Lighthouse Point, Florida. Bobby Cox, after strike 3 was called on Lemke, and here's another look, actually came out of the dugout.
Oh, well, when the catcher's glove goes in the dirt to catch the pitch, I think you got a pretty good reason to beef.
Smoltz back to work, and he delivers strike 1 to Charlie Hayes.
Unless it was the greatest curveball in the history of the game.
Hayes hitting .250 in the World Series. That's well hit into right center field. Grissom back to get it. Drops it. Hayes will end up at second base as the ball falls in right center.
I think Jermaine Dye shielded Marquise Grissom. And I don't think Grissom had a full view of the ball. Watch how Dye cuts in front of Grissom. And he's tall. Jermaine Dye is 6'4". I don't think Grissom had a legitimate shot at that ball. I think he lost it because of Dye. Says I got it, and now he looks at Dye and lost it.
It's amazing that Marquise Grissom committed only 1 error during the regular season. He has committed 3 in the postseason in 1996. It's an error on Grissom, pickoff play back at second, and Hayes back without a throw. You know, you think back on last night's game, the ball that rolled up the arm of Rafael Belliard that should have been or could have been a double play, where the Braves got only 1 out. That immediately preceded the home run hit by Leyritz. So instead of a 2-run home run, it was a game-tying 3-run home run. Little things adding up, and defense a big part of the Atlanta Braves' problems. They have now committed 11 errors in the postseason, as opposed to the Yankees' 6. Runner at second, nobody out, and it's 2-0 on Bernie Williams. Charlie Hayes at second, reaching on the error. Well hit, but it should have been caught in right center. And now Bernie Williams a chance to put the Yankees out in front here in the fourth. 3-0.
We talked about it the other night. There's Jermaine Dye, the right fielder. This was last night. First base, or should say right field umpire, Tim Welke, getting in the way of Jermaine Dye. That opened up things for 3 runs in the 6th inning. What's Welke doing on that ball?
Just another little thing that led to trouble for Atlanta. Ground ball to the right side on 3-0. Williams advances the runner. Hayes to third with 1 out. And Williams 0 for 2.
Nice job by Bernie Williams to advance Charlie Hayes to third base with a solid ground ball to the right side. You hope it gets through for a base hit to score the run, but at worst, you advance that runner 90 feet closer to home plate.
So Williams gets Hayes to third, and now a brief meeting on the mound with Cecil Fielder at the plate. The Braves bring the infield in. Runner at third, 1 out, no score, 4th inning.
This has got to be a patient at bat for Cecil Fielder. Remember, he is vulnerable to the high fastball. He struck out 117 times this year.
Ball 1 from Smoltz. I think it'd be fair to say neither pitcher right now knows exactly where that strike zone is. Talked about it last inning. I'm sure after Smoltz witnessed strike 3 called on Lemke in the bottom of the 3rd. He's still searching for it. Fielder down the left field line. It's fair. Up against the wall. In to score is Hayes. Down to second is Fielder. He's in with a double. And the Yankees take a 1-0 4th inning lead.
That is Cecil Fielder's first base hit with a runner at third in less than 2 outs this season. Was 0 for 7 during the '96 regular season, but hooks one down in the corner and has to work hard to get to second base.
Boy, that ball was crushed.
That ball was down just a little as Fielder hit it. And with 1 out and Cecil at second, the batter Darryl Strawberry. So an error leads directly to a run. And now Strawberry looks at a pitch up and away.
Cecil might not have been running fast, but he was running hard. He was giving it everything he had.
And there is a difference.
Fielder making it down to second base after a very poor throw from Andrew Jones in left field. Strawberry struck out his first time. 1 ball, 1 strike from Smoltz.
You can see that after the first inning, when John Smoltz threw all fastballs, he's now mixing it up using all of his pitches. His fastball is also not as explosive as it was in the first inning.
Into center field, broken bat fly ball to Grissom, 2 out. So Strawberry 0 for 2. In the series, 3 out of 13, and the inning continues for Paul O'Neill.
We brought this up the other night. A lot of the time, when you make an error is very important. For instance, if you make an error to allow a runner on with nobody out or 1 out, it's much bigger. The error is much bigger than if you were to make it with 2 out, because there are many more chances to score and to move around the bases with nobody out.
Strike 1 on O'Neill. Ball bounced into a force out his first time up. There's 1 out of 8 in this World Series. Only 2 RBIs the entire postseason. While O'Neill has struggled driving in runs, Tino Martinez hasn't driven in a run. Neither is Tim Raines. Cecil Fielder has now driven in 14 runs during the postseason. And he's put the Yankees out in front here in the 4th inning. He's at second, 2 out. And Smoltz falls behind O'Neill, 2-1. With runners in scoring position during the regular season, O'Neill drove in 68 of his 91 runs. Runner at second, 2 out. And a 3-1 count on O'Neill. Mariano Duncan waits on deck.
Well, with the free swinging Duncan on deck, I don't look for John Smoltz to give in to Paul O'Neill here. He got him to chase a split finger and ground to second base in his first at bat. I would guess he'd come back with the same pitch here.
Smoltz and Javier Lopez having a tough time getting together on what to throw O'Neill with a count of 3-1. Runner at second, 2 out. And ball 4 puts 2 on with 2 out. And the first walk issued by Smoltz keeps the inning alive for Mariano Duncan.
Several times during this series, we have talked about the hot zone of Mariano Duncan. You can see all the red spots. Really, you ought to increase it and go up the ladder. Then you can come inside in here. You can even go down here. Down here. I mean, you could go all over the place with Mariano Duncan. That's how big his red zone is.
2 on, 2 out. Duncan hacking away, strike 1.
Those Bible hitters, thou shalt not pass.
Not a good World Series so far for Duncan. In the World Series with his 3rd different organization. Has just the 1 hit in 15 at-bats. Big spot here with 2 on, 2 out. The Yankees already out in front by 1, 4th inning. One ball, 1 strike. In our Fox box, top left-hand corner of your screen, the runners at first and second. The red dots, there they are. Fielder the lead runner with O'Neill the trailer. Yankees up by 1, 2 out in the inning. To the right side for Lemke. Inning over. An error leads directly to a run. An unearned run here in the 4th inning. Bottom of the 4th. Braves bat.
Oh, hi, Frage. How you feeling?
Fine.
You know, I didn't ask you yesterday how your day went.
What did Niles tell you?
Nothing. Geez, can I ask you how your day went? How was work? How's your badass self?
Damn it. Niles blabbed.
No, he didn't. He made the People of Seattle column right here under the Crane Mutiny.
3 cheers for Dr. Fraser Crane, who struck a blow against rudeness yesterday in a coffee house melee. Oh, perfect. Now all of Seattle knows about my loutish behavior.
What are you talking about? This guy had it coming. I can just picture it. He probably looked at you and he thought, this guy's a cream puff, you know? A wuss. A wimp. A cupcake. Dad, I'm sorry. I'm just so proud of you.
Ah, there he is, the man who floats like a lepidoptera and stings like a hymenoptera.
Niles, I think you're just jealous.
Jealous? Don't be ridiculous.
This is my favorite part. With one swift move, the good doctor hoisted the miscreant out on his ear, declaring, what you need is an etiquette lesson. I love that. You got your own tough guy catchphrase.
Oh. Perfect for you, Fraser. Dirty Harry meets Emily Post.
Come on, show me how you grabbed him. Use Niles.
No, Dad. I will not toss Niles about the room.
Oh, no, go ahead. Rough me up, Mr. Big Hero Bully Bouncer. Did that sound jealous?
A tad.
Well, all right, I'm jealous. Why shouldn't I be? All my life, I've backed out of fights, and watching you leap into the fray like that, made me think. Just once, I'd like to experience what you felt. Go nose to nose.
Oh, your day'll come, son.
I don't know.
The most flexible metal...
Kim. I decided to give him a good tongue lashing because he'd shattered the mother-of-pearl buttons on my best waistcoat. Unfortunately, due to his tenuous grasp of English and the fact that his mother's name is Pearl, I was forced to flee his establishment amid a shower of coat hangers.
His third error of the postseason, which led to the unearned run in the top of this fourth inning. The Yankees have a 1-0 lead. Chipper Jones leads it off, then McGriff, then Lopez. Against Andy Pettit, who has yet to allow a hit. He's walked 2. 2-0.
When Marquise Grissom went in the dugout, he was uncharacteristically mad. You never see him with that kind of emotion displayed. Upset because of that error.
2-1 on Jones. When you talk about Marquise Grissom to Bobby Cox, a smile immediately was onto the face of Bobby Cox. That was Marquise's reaction after the inning. He was hot. Cox will tell you he is as tough as any player he has ever managed. To the left side, backhanded stab Hayes. 1 out for the Braves here in the fourth. 1 away, the batter will be McGriff. This week, Fox NFL Sunday talks with former co-host Jimmy Johnson as he prepares for the biggest game as coach of the Dolphins. Then it's exciting doubleheader action highlighted by the most talked about game of the season when Jimmy Johnson and the Dolphins take on his former team, the Dallas Cowboys. You won't want to miss Fox NFL Sunday this week, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Here's McGriff. Struck out his first time. Took ball 1. Two and 0.
We're still talking about it.
Marquise talking to his roommate about that.
Housemate, right.
Jermaine Dye has been living with Marquise Grissom and his wife really for the second half of the regular season and on. Now David Justice talking to Jermaine Dye. 3-1 from Pettit on McGriff.
Well, the standard rule of thumb in baseball is that the center fielder is the captain of the outfield, and Grissom is a great center fielder. He covers a lot of ground.
A 1-out walk to McGriff, the third walk issued by Pettit.
Bob, I think a lot of that too is the hang time on the ball. You know the speed of your partner, the guy to your right, and you know the hang time of a ball. You've got to determine whether it's a line drive or a fly ball, and that was a fly ball, and Grissom gets that ball easily if Dye doesn't cut in front of him.
A 1-out walk to McGriff, and the batter Javi Lopez. Just 3 out of 15 in this World Series. Jones grounded to third, a walk to McGriff, and now the first to Lopez. Fly ball down the right field line is foul. Strike 1.
That's the fastball Joe Torre wants. The rider inside.
Did you notice right field umpire Steve Ripley getting out of the way as that ball was hooking down the first base line, as opposed to the roadblock Tim Welke put on Jermaine Dye last night.
50th pitch of the night coming up for Pettit. And it's strike 2 on Lopez. A 1-out walk to McGriff, and 0-2 count on Javi Lopez. To the right side, might be. Got them both. 4-6-3 to end the fourth. Pettit gets around the walk. We go to the fifth. Game 5. 1-0 New York.
I'm so glad you could come. You remember my brother, Niles, and we're at our table. We're
Look, I'm here, so say what's on your mind.
Well, there's no need for any hostility. I just came to talk.
Talk? You're not going to take another shot at me?
No. No, there'll be nothing like that here today. Now, listen, I could try to explain my behavior by saying that these are stressful times we live in, that I had reached the end of my tether. But I won't do that, because, you see, I was 100% wrong. I had absolutely no right to touch you, and I accept full responsibility.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that. And I hope you all heard that, too.
So then you accept my apology?
No, I'm suing you. And I got a lot of witnesses that just heard you admit you were wrong.
But these are stressful times we live in. I'd reached the end of my tether.
Tough. I'm nailing you for assault.
But I hardly touched you.
Oh, Frazier, you're not surprised he's hiding behind lawyers. What other behavior would you expect from a chicken?
What did you say?
I was speaking to my brother, but to put it in language you can understand.
Niles! This is no time for you to assert yourself.
Your brother's making trouble here.
Ooh, what are you gonna do? Flap me with one of your big fluffy wings?
I'll stop it. Please excuse him.
Oh, for God's sake, Frazier, don't waste your breath on this hairy, knuckle-dragging, mouth-breathing troglodyte who's probably the only male in existence who suffers from penis envy.
You look here, buddy.
Oh. Niles, are you all right?
Countersuit.
Oh, my God! Nobody move him!
I barely touched him.
Then you admit you touched him. He admits it.
Oh,
Niles, I'm here for you. I promise we're going to get you the best care that this man's money can buy.
My God, Niles, that was brilliant. You even got a tear in your eye.
I landed on a fork.
Tim, Bob, and I will award today's Chevrolet Player of the Game. Here is last night's Chevrolet Player of the Game. It's Jim Leyritz. Struck out his first time, struck out looking. It'll be Leyritz, Pettit, and Jeter for the Yankees in the fifth. Dye going to get it, dealing with a bullpen and out of his reach for strike one. Braves in their final game at Fulton County Stadium, and while they thought they might be wrapping up the 1996 World Series, this game, after the last two games, very important to the Braves before this series heads back to Yankee Stadium. 0-2 the count. Leyritz stays alive.
The Yankees 7-0 on the road in this postseason, and that is just remarkable. By the way, that's their longest road winning streak of the year, even regular season.
The third longest streak in postseason history, the 7 in a row. Leyritz steps out. Up to 67 pitches for Smoltz. All those strikeouts will add a lot of pitches to your night's work. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Smoltz led the majors with 276 strikeouts during the regular season. Won 24 games before this year, had never won more than 15.
And when he was traded to the Atlanta Braves back in 1987, he was 4-10 at Glens Falls, New York.
1-2 the count. Just outside, 2-2.
That looked like the same pitch that Jim Leyritz was called out on his first time up.
That says it all. 2-2 the count. Leyritz at the plate, now 3-2.
Well, Smoltz has dropped down sidearm. 3 pitches this at bat to Leyritz. 2 fastballs earlier in the count. Sidearm slider right there tried to get Leyritz to chase.
Full count. into left center field. A very good at bat for Leyritz, and he is on to start the 5th. So it was 0-2. Leyritz battled, got it to 3-2, and gets a leadoff single.
The Fox pitch by pitch on Jim Leyritz. A fastball away, a drop down fastball, another drop down fastball. Tried to get to chase the overhand slider, the overhand fastball, sidearm slider, fastball outside part of the plate. Leyritz goes right up the middle with it.
So Leyritz now 3 out of 8. And he allows Pettit a chance to try and bunt. Ball 1.
And if he's successful, it will be the first successful sacrifice bunt by a pitcher in World Series play since 1990. Bob Welch of the Oakland Athletics laid one down.
A 1-0 from Smoltz. Now 2-0.
Smoltz a little out of rhythm this inning. He's had to shake off Javi Lopez quite a bit. Actually stepped off the rubber twice during the course of Jim Leyritz at bat. Now a delay as Pettit goes down to talk to the third base coach Willie Randolph.
I wonder if Randolph told him to take this pitch and then bunt on the 2-1 pitch.
Gonna swing.
Wow.
2 balls and a strike as the Yankees change up the old slug bunt.
Chipper Jones was almost close enough to shake hands with Andy Pettit. Very unusual for a pitcher who's never had a big league at bat.
Back to the bunt in the air. Chipper Jones, the catch, one away.
Well, this is why they let Andy Pettit swing the bat on the 2-0 pitch. Jones actually catches this ball almost in the batting circle around home plate. He was cheating so close to the plate. Look where he is when he makes that play.
Yankees could have given Pettit a swing just to keep Jones a little more honest.
Yeah, they did on that 2-0 pitch. He didn't bite.
Not at all. Yankees went right back to the bunt, and Pettit pops it up. So 1 on, 1 out. The runner still at first. And in steps Derek Jeter. 0 for 2, however. Hit a rocket his last time up right at the third baseman Chipper Jones, who is in to guard against a possible bunt. Leyritz at first, 1 out. Strike 1.
It looked on that swing like Jeter was going to right field. Whenever a hitter has that inside-out swing, Lopez is sitting outside, and Jeter appeared to be going the other way.
Throw to first base. You see a fist, and you see Javi Lopez's thumb come peeking out of that fist. That's the signal to John Smoltz. He wants him to throw a pickoff throw to first base.
The count on Jeter. 1-0 Yankees here in the 5th. Now 1-1 on Derek, who was struck out and lined out.
Remember, we talked about that National League style of play that Joe Torre loves to work with Derek Jeter. Speed of the runner, not a problem here.
Strike 2. Joe Torre in last night's game used 22 players. Two and 2. Joe Torre managing back in a National League ballpark, and he used them all, and it worked. Called on his last weapon, Wade Boggs, who drew the bases-loaded walk to put the Yankees out in front for good. That came in the 10th. 2-2 on Jeter. Good swing. It'll stay 2-2.
Jeter with the inside-out swing again. Smoltz working him away. McGriff holding the runner at first base. Big hole on the right side of the infield. I think more than any other hitter on either side, Jeter is inclined to go the other way with 2 strikes.
1 on, 1 out. The other way into right. Jermaine Dye, the diving catch. 2 gone.
Fine play by Jermaine Dye. Looking at first and electing to hold the ball. Good play.
Last night, Dye committed an error on a ball coming in. Ball that hopped in front of him, then skipped past him off the bat of Cecil Fielder. It went for an RBI single and an error. That helped the Yankees in their 3-run 6th inning, which at the time cut the Atlanta lead in half. Now 1 on, 2 out, and a 1-0 count on Charlie Hayes. Strike 1.
Smoltz got away with one right there, a hanging slider inside part of the plate.
Two and 2. Somebody get him a lozenge. He's had a long night over in that dugout. Bobby Cox has been yelling at Larry Young since this game started. 1 on, 2 out. 2 and 2 on Hayes. Full count. And Larich will take off. There's the incentive to make this top of the 5th inning end right here. Bernie Williams waits on deck. Halfway.
Do you think I hit that one out of the park?
So am I supposed to believe that you didn't fool around at all during those 6 months?
Well, I certainly didn't sit around here in my underwear drinking beer, pining over your picture, if that's what you're asking.
Oh my God, you did, didn't you?
I don't want to talk about this right now.
You didn't sleep with anyone?
I said I don't want to talk about this!
When a man's wrestling with a problem, it's good to have a place of his own to think things over.
Hey, watch it! I'm sorry, I didn't see you back there. What, are you laying down to help your neck?
No. I tripped over a pizza box 2 hours ago.
Oh, come here. Come on up. Here, come on. Here, sit down. Okay. Hey, Jamie, let me ask you something, okay? If a couple, say like Sarah and I, have a cooling off period, what does that mean?
I'm sure it varies from relationship to relationship, but for me, It means you're shot out of a cannon into a sea of flesh.
Well, apparently Sarah agrees with you.
Are you saying that she...
Yes, I am.
Well, that's just not right.
I know! Damn, I know we were broken up, but still.
I wish I could cheer you up, pal. Wait, what am I thinking? I've got a date with 2 tire models.
And you say they're attractive, huh?
A multinational corporation chooses them to straddle their product, and you ask me if they're attractive?
You just...
Your true choice. And by Advil, advanced medicine for pain.
Again, our thanks to the Goodyear Blimp Stars and Stripes for providing tonight's shots. Goodyear Blimps are in their 4th decade of covering live sporting events, and they're here at Game 5 of the 1996 World Series. The Yankees lead by 1 halfway through it. Bottom of the 5th inning, bottom of the order coming up. Andrew Jones, Jermaine Dye, and Jeff Blauser.
And mercifully, between innings, we heard our last Macarena in this ballpark.
I knew someone would bring that up.
Knowing how you love it so.
Andrew Jones looks at a strike. Sure that'll make its way across the street.
No chance.
Jones walked and stole a base his first time up. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Andrew Jones with a great at bat his first time up. 2 check swings on 2 big breaking balls. Fell behind 0-2 and then ended up walking against Andy Pettitte.
Just low, 2-1. Jermaine Dye on deck, then Blauser. 6, 7, and 8 hitters for the Braves here in the 5th. 3-1 on Andrew Jones.
Dangerous pitch here for Andy Pettitte. Tries to come inside with that cutter on Andrew Jones. He's going to be ready to hit it.
Up the middle, a base hit. And the first hit of the night for Atlanta. Tomorrow, it's the most anticipated new series of the season. People magazine calls it far and away the best new show of the year. From the creator of The X-Files comes Millennium, premiering tomorrow after a classic episode of The X-Files right here on Fox. Big Friday night on Fox, a big Thursday night at Fulton County Stadium. Jermaine Dye to the plate after the leadoff hit by Andrew Jones.
To me like the Atlanta Braves base runners have picked something up in Andy Pettitte's move. Marquise Grissom last inning and now Andrew Jones this inning, reading that move to first very quickly. Usually when Andy Pettitte throws to first base, the runner will freeze momentarily and then have to dive back into the bag. They're reading it very well.
Jones has already stolen a base tonight. There he goes. They have him picked off. The throw down. 1 away.
Well, so much for that.
Now that was awfully close to a ball.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, that right leg almost went behind the left leg, if not fully. I think that's a balk right there. Once the right leg goes behind the left leg, well, it's close.
Very borderline.
Yep. I think the toe of the right foot, or the toes of the right foot, went behind the left leg. I think the Yankees possibly could have gotten away with something there, but it was very close. Once that right foot goes behind the left leg once again, the pitcher is committed to go home.
Caught stealing 1-3-6. And with 1 out, nobody on, Jermaine Dye pops it up to right. Paul O'Neill is in. 2 out. What a weapon for Andy Pettitte. Gives up the leadoff hit. Picked off 11 during the regular season. And he catches Jones, leaving too soon here in the 5th.
Not only is it a weapon because he picks guys off, but he forces runners to take shorter leads. A lot of times they're going back to first base as the ball's delivered. Get a lot more double plays that way if he throws a ground ball. Very good weapon.
So 2 out, nobody on for the number 8 hitter, Jeff Blauser. Hitting only 154 in the World Series. Came in hitting only 158 in the entire postseason. 1 ball, 1 strike, and at no point in no game has Bobby Cox done what we thought he may do earlier in the NLCS, and that is put Chipper Jones at short and Terry Pendleton in the starting lineup at third. Instead, it's been Blauser, and he's 2 out of 14 in the World Series. A leadoff hit, a man caught stealing after 5 in Atlanta. Game 5, 1-0 Yankees.
Involved in charity work, but
Hey, that's great. But who are the chefs?
Not going anywhere for a while?
Great googly moogly.
Grab a Snickers.
You spell it.
I need a new look. Old, white, and male.
This fall,
My name is Robert Cuddy.
Deeper. Image is everything.
It's a miracle.
He is coming. On October 25th, there's a new man in town.
I'm going to go with Cuddy. Call me.
And everyone wants him.
What a man. Cuddy's amazing.
He's
Oh, my God.
Whoopi Goldberg. The Associate.
Can we talk man to man?
Man to man. Rated PG-13.
You're watching Men Behaving Badly on NBC.
NBC Monday, begin.
Easy to live with.
Halloween, and you know what that means.
Free pesticides.
Not only, it's a little retro, a little bit rock and roll.
Happy Halloween.
And on Mr. Rhodes, everyone's going as Mr. Rhodes. And don't miss the Dormitory of Death. All new Foxworthy and Mr. Rhodes, NBC Monday.
Shoo.
Fast. All kill.
The defendant was convicted.
One who could help. A broker.
I never use it. The pool. I built it for you. Maybe I should. We.
You're just...
It's being a teacher, that's for sure.
In matters of money, what matters to you?
Getting her through college.
I'm in pretty good health, still planning for my future. I'm making sure my income's around as long as I am.
A bank that isn't scared to death of entrepreneurs.
When you're looking for financial support.
Notice as you watch different postseason events in any of the major sports, a Super Bowl has become so corporate. Stanley Cup final has become so corporate. You see so few kids in the stands at those events, but we've had a lot of fun shots of kids in this series already. That's foul down the left field line off the bat of Bernie Williams, and a lot of young people, when they grow old, will be able to say they saw the final baseball game played at Fulton County Stadium.
Not only a lot of young kids in the stands, a lot of young kids on the field.
Upper deck tickets today were selling for $550 here in Atlanta. Field tickets selling for $800, and no telling how much money were they requested for box seats.
500 to sit up there, huh?
550. 500, you got a deal.
1 ball, 1 strike.
About a 9% discount.
Well, this series will go back to Yankee Stadium. Tickets were hard to come by in games 1 and 2. can only imagine for game 6 and, if necessary, 7. 1 ball, 1 strike on Williams. He pops it foul, strike 2. Cecil Fielder waits on deck. He has the only RBI tonight. RBI double with 1 out back in the 4th. Lopez the throw, and that's strikeout number 8 for John Smoltz. And the first out here in the 6th inning. Our Aflac trivia question. Friends at Aflac asked this question. Who are the players with the most career home runs and most career wins at Atlanta's Fulton County Stadium?
Dale Murphy and Phil Niekro come to mind as 2 guys that could hold those 2 titles.
Cecil upstairs, a swing and a miss on strike 1. You'd have to believe it would be a guy like Murphy who played his entire career in this ballpark with the Atlanta Braves, at least.
Right.
Of course, he moved on the tail end of his career. 1 out, nobody on. Now 1-1 on Fielder.
Dale and his wife and 6 children, I believe, probably watching the game from Utah tonight.
Dale Murphy was at the game last night. I saw him down on the field before last night's game.
Oh.
Williams struck out. Now 2-1 on Fielder.
It's like Smoltz is deliberately trying to throw the high fastballs to Fielder this time around.
Caught the outside corner. 2-2.
Well, after what Fielder did with the low inside fastball last time, John Smoltz would be advised to either stay away or stay up.
Over the head of Smoltz for a 1-out base hit. And Fielder is 3 for 3.
Nice effort by John Smoltz. The chopper back through the box, tries to climb the ladder and get it. The 2 middle infielders looked like they were more concerned about avoiding each other than making a play. Even with Fielder's speed, I don't think they would have had him on that ball.
Now Strawberry, 1 on, 1 out. Strike 1 from Smoltz. Joe Torre could have gone the easy route and put Tino Martinez in the starting lineup tonight. He sticks with Fielder, who has 3 of the 4 Yankee hits. 1 on, 1 out, and 1-1 on Strawberry.
I think both managers unconventional in that way. They do not subscribe to what the masses think. They don't care. They feel, both managers, Joe Torre and Bobby Cox, feel that they have the best reign on their club.
Smoltz falls behind Strawberry, 2-1. See Cox asking Leo Mazzoni, that's his fastball? He was perplexed, to say the least, with Steve Avery on the mound last night in that 10th inning. And the pitches he threw to Tim Raines. 1 on, 1 out, 2-1 the count. Now 3-1, so Smoltz is working his way into trouble here in the 6th.
If Darryl Strawberry hits a ball to the right side of the infield, Chipper Jones will be the guy who takes the throw from one of the 3 infielders that are on the right side. It'll be a very unusual double play attempt if Strawberry hits it to somebody on the right side.
Already up to 100 pitches for John Smoltz. Strawberry couldn't hold up, full count.
Very unusual approach there by Strawberry. Good fastball down and in a zone he usually likes. He goes way around. Very tentative approach.
Fielder running on ball 4. So Joe Torre started Cecil Fielder. And Strawberry took ball 4 down and in. It's 2 on 1 out for the Yankees here in the 6th. As Smoltz issues his second walk of the night.
Joe Torre talking to us about Darryl Strawberry before the game, saying that if he doesn't get a hit, he more than any of the other Yankee hitters are more apt to walk. And the reason is that pitchers are pitching to the reputation of Darryl Strawberry and instead of who Darryl Strawberry is today. Clearly not the hitter he was during the 80s.
Now 2 on with 1 out for Paul O'Neill. And O'Neill is clearly not the hitter he was during 1996's regular season right now.
I think that hamstring's just killing.
There's no doubt. It's his left hamstring, his back leg. And it's bothered him to the point where in this World Series he's 1 out of 8. And he's driven home only 2 runs during the entire postseason. 2 on 1 out. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, being a left-handed hitter, before he strides into the ball and approaches the pitch, he needs to get his weight back onto that back leg. And if you've got a bad hamstring or a bad quad muscle on your push-off leg, you're going to feel it on every swing.
1-1 on O'Neill. 2 on 1 out. Outside corner, strike 2.
You become tentative at the plate, and I think that more than any other word describes O'Neill's approaches at the plate during this series.
Crowd wants another John Smoltz strikeout. He struck out 8. 2-2. Hasn't this been the approach of the New York Yankees lately in this series? Get the pitch count up for these Atlanta starters, and the last 2 nights, as the Braves have had to go to their bullpen, the Yankees have scored their runs and won the last 2 games. 2-2 on O'Neill. Do it again. O'Neill already over 100 pitches here in the 6th inning.
O'Neill with that bad left hamstring, you can see doesn't really ever get his weight onto that back leg. Just a slight rocking motion, almost as if he's anticipating the pain he's going to feel when he gets that weight back on the back leg.
2-2 on O'Neill. Full count.
I think Joe Torre's going to send the runners. He just nodded to first base coach Willie Randolph. Yes.
Risky with O'Neill. With Smoltz on the mound, this could be the old strike him out, throw him out double play. If they start the runners. Runners going. Do it again.
I think it's a good play because I think O'Neill is probably going to get a fastball, and because he's seen so many pitches from John Smoltz, and because it's the middle innings, he's more apt to put the ball in play on the ground. And if you hit it right at an infielder, it is a double play. But I think sending the runners with a 1-run lead's the right play here.
O'Neill grounded into 21 double plays during the regular season, and that's when he had a good leg.
Going again. Hard hit to Lemke. They avoid the double play, and it's 2nd and 3rd, 2 out. By sending Fielder and Strawberry, the inning continues.
Well, it's a calculated risk a manager has to take. He's got to trust his personnel to do the job up there. Paul O'Neill knew the runners were going to go. He knew it was on his shoulders if that pitch was in the strike zone to hit that ball hard somewhere.
And he did.
And he did.
But right at Lemke for the 4-3 ground out. And it's second and third, 2 out for Mariano Duncan. Strike one.
Well, the Yankees as a team may be much more patient at the plate against the Brave starters, but Mariano Duncan as an individual, particularly with runners in scoring position, is not going to let anything pass.
First pitch swinging in each of his 3 at-bats tonight. Second and third, 2 out. 1-1 on Duncan. Looking for his first World Series RBIs here in 1996. And just his second hit. Smoltz trying to keep it a 1-run game. That's out of play for strike 2.
3 straight fastballs to Duncan. John Smoltz led the National League in wild pitches 3 straight years, 92 through 94. Most of them came on the splitter. He had 10 this year. Inning over.
Kinds of cars
and trucks.
We'll use laser bonding to reattach them.
Good. Lasers, yeah. Don't take what I'm saying personally. After all, we don't have any secrets now, do we? Got a great marriage? I can tell by your returns. You spend plenty on her. Hot stuff. Is she, Doc? Really hot?
for my guests.
I don't really care if his mother.
By Sakura, because if he hadn't hooked down
of Werther's toffee in luscious milk chocolate. Werther's chocolates, the crunchy luxury.
I start on them right after breakfast.
This is the locker room, and that's Neil Smith. We like him when he's good and mean. So we get his mother-in-law to call him Collect before each game without using 1-800-COLLECT. She's got some nerve, Neil. 1-800-COLLECT could have saved him up to 44%. Hey, Neil, she did it to you again. 1-800-COLLECT. Save the people you call up to 44%.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if I never get back. Oh, it's root for the whole team. If they don't win, it's a shame. Now it's 1, 2, 3 strikes. You're out at the old ball game. What a game!
There's been a second abduction.
Don't miss what everyone will be talking about Monday morning. The X-Files, now on Sundays at 9, 8 Central.
We are into the bottom of the 6th inning. Andy Pettitte has allowed only 1 hit so far. There have been 4 World Series one-hitters. Ed Ruleback for the Cubs in 1906. Claude Passot for the Cubs in 1945. Bill Bevins for the Yankees in 1947. And Jim Lonborg for Boston in 1967. Interesting thing about Bevins in 1947, he allowed only 1 hit, which was the game winner. Wow. 2-run double by Cookie Lavagetto to win game 4. The Yankees went on to win that series 4-3, and then of course there's that 5th one. But it's interesting with Bevins. You know, you start talking about one-hitters, Talk about no-hitters. Talk about perfect game, which, of course, belongs to Don Larson in 1956, October 8th. Pettit's had that kind of game after a very rocky start in Game 1. Smoltz is on to start the inning with a hit. Forget the one-hitter, and the tying run is on in the 6th.
We told you earlier, Smoltz is a great athlete. Not only can he swing the bat, he can run the bases. Cut fastball from Pettit, tries to get inside on Smoltz. He'll have nothing to do with that. Hooks the ball into left field.
So the tying run is on here in the 6th inning. Here's Grissom. He struck out and walked.
Bob, you mentioned that John Smoltz could run the bases. John Smoltz has 3 postseason stolen bases: 91, 92, and last year.
Pettit has already caught one. Andrew Jones last inning, and he checks on Smoltz.
Well, you got to give Joe Torre and his staff credit, because they obviously know that John Smoltz can run. Otherwise, they wouldn't be holding him on.
Grissom showed bunt on the first pitch from Pettit. Again, strike one.
Marquise will try to bunt the ball if the sacrifice is on again down the first baseline. The reason for that is the first baseman's holding the runner on, and he can't break home until the pitcher releases the ball.
Anybody else surprised that the Braves are bunting here?
I wouldn't be surprised if they take it off and let Marquise Grissom swing away right here. Yankees playing a very aggressive bunt defense. A lot of holes in that infield.
You got Grissom at the plate, who came into this game 8 out of 19. He's had a hit in each of his first 10 World Series games. I don't know why you take the bat out of his hands. Now he's swinging, strike 2.
Well, sometimes what you do and what a manager will do, he'll help the hitter out by luring the infield in, by getting infield movement. And Bobby Cox has even talked about that. And that's why he puts the bunt on early in the count and then allows the hitter to swing away, as he did with Grissom then.
Smoltz a leadoff hit. He's hit the ball hard twice tonight. He's lined to right and singled. Now the 1-2 to Grissom. Base hit left field.
Now we're going to see a bunt.
Bet your house on it.
Got a breaking ball down and into Marquise Grissom. That low ball is the easiest pitch to hit. You just drop the head of the bat on it.
And now with 2 on, nobody out, and Mark Lemke coming up, the Yankees expect the bunt. Lemke tried to bunt here in Game 3 in this same situation and popped up to first.
Charlie Hayes out to talk to Andy Pettit as Jimmy Williams talks to Mark Lemke. Now Jeter and Duncan join Hayes and Pettit. The one thing Lemke will try to do is bunt it hard enough to get it by Pettit. Keep in mind that a left-hander is falling toward the third base line, and he makes this play. If he makes the play, he can go to third a lot easier, because it's a much easier throw for a left-hander than a right-hander.
Well, there's all kinds of conferences going on now. Mel Stottlemyre apparently saw the confusion at the mound. There can be no confusion in a bunt situation. Everybody needs to know where the other players are going to be, know where you're going to try to get the out. Pat Corrales, the first base coach, goes out and talks to the runner, John Smoltz, at second base. All kinds of communicating going on out there.
Another thing that certainly would be to the advantage of the Braves, as you mentioned, John Smoltz, a good base runner, and he's a fast base runner. Not only good, but he can run.
Tying and go-ahead runs on. Nobody out here in the 6th inning. Yankees leading by 1. Strike 1. You can bet Lemke is fighting himself to get that bunt effort here in Game 3 out of his head when he popped it up to the first baseman in a key situation. The Yankees went on to win that game 5-2. To Pettit. His throw to third. Out.
That's the play we were talking about. A right-hander can't make this play. But Andy Pettit, by barehanding the ball, makes a terrific play. The bunt's not a bad one. A barehanded by Pettit to just get Smoltz at third.
Amazing for Andy Pettit, only 24 years old in his 2nd World Series game. You talk about poise.
Was that by barehanding the ball, he lost nothing. If he drops the ball, he still gets Lemke at first.
Now Jones back to Pettit. You want more poise? 1-4-3. Inning over, and the Yankees hold on to the lead. After 6, 1-0 New York. Back to Fulton County after this from your local Fox station.
This is a Fox News.
Tonight, what happened when the Yankee Stadium gatecrasher we told you about met up with police right in our own studios after the game on the 10 o'clock news tonight.
Ma, you gotta get me out of here. This is not a nice place. Picking up bad habits, Ma. They're making me do bad things. When you blind out of my face. They're even trying to change the way I look. It can't get any worse than this. I said you got the wrong number, chump.
Oh, Grantee. Meet George, your new personal trainer.
Nice to meet you.
Not nice.
Not nice. That's right. Not nice.
Coors Light, the silver bullet. It's shipped cold to tap the clean taste of the Rockies.
Good boy.
The new Coors Light wide mouth can is here with a giant opening for a smoother pour.
It starts with a full quarter pound of beef, with fresh toppings, our chef sauce, on a bakery soft roll. McDonald's Arch Deluxe. If it were any more grown up, we'd need to check your ID. It's McDonald's with a grown-up taste. Tender grilled chicken, fresh lettuce and tomato, a bakery soft roll. McDonald's new grilled chicken deluxe is loaded with the stuff grown-ups love, inspiring a truly adult emotion, lust.
Oh, baby.
It's McDonald's with a grown-up taste.
The World Series on Fox 5, brought to you in part by McDonald's.
Well, one more to you want from 24-year-old Andy Pettit. Good play on the bunt. Outstanding on the double play.
Makes the transition from the glove to the throwing hand very quickly. A good feed right over the base. Nothing to it.
We have played 6. It's 1-0 New York, and Laritz will lead it off. Smoltz has struck out 9. John's postseason strikeout high is 10, which came in the NLCS in 1993 against Philadelphia, Game 4. The Yankees are having fun.
Well, Don Zimmer had a long conversation with Andy Pettit. I'm sure it was regarding if Jim Leyritz gets on base and he's asked to bunt, what to do if the Braves charge down his throat again.
2-0 on Leyritz. Now 3-0 as Smoltz wanted that call, didn't get it.
Don Zimmer's always been a big fan of that slug bunt where you square around, show bunt, and then take a half swing at the ball.
Leyritz leading it off. He's struck out. He's singled. Off the end of the bat, down the right field line. Die, can't get there. Good effort. Strike 2.
We're diving on that sandy gravel over there. You know you're going to come up with some burns on your elbows and knees, but don't leave it on the field. This is the World Series.
Leyritz broke his bat, so he goes back to the dugout to get a new one with a full count of 3-2. By the way, there have been 42 10-strikeout games in the World Series. The last one from Steve Carlton in 1980. That should total 9. We haven't checked it, but that should total 9. Yep. They're right on it. A leadoff walk. Well, we've left you hanging long enough on our Aflac trivia question. Who are the players with the most career home runs and most career wins at Fulton County Stadium? For Dale Murphy, and that is right, 205. And Phil Niekro, the most career wins here at this ballpark, 130. And their numbers are retired. Murphy, the 2-time MVP. A leadoff walk, and now Smoltz will try to get around it. Pettit bunting. Strike 1.
Andy probably saying, well, I tested Chipper Jones the last time, and as we said, close enough to shake hands with him. Chipper Jones catching that bunt in foul territory about 10 feet from home plate.
Leyritz, a leadoff walk, and 0-1 count on Pettit. Just to finish the story about the strikeouts, Bob Gibson had 5 10-strikeout games. The record, of course, set by Gibson, 17. 1968 with a catcher named McCarver behind the plate. One and one, the count on Pettit.
I really think the Yankees should switch up and let Pettit take a swing at this pitch the way the Braves are charging.
You get your wish as Leyritz steals second. The Braves fall asleep, and Leyritz, who stole 2 bases during the regular season, gets his first in the postseason.
I think that was a delayed steal. Javier Lopez blinded, and you could see the delay of the infielders covering. That would give, nope, he took off right away. It was not a delayed steal.
With a left-handed hitter, somebody's got to let him know.
Now the bunt to Smoltz, and they have Leyritz hung up. And tagged out for the first out of the inning. The fielder's choice 1-5-6, and Leyritz, who stole second, is erased between second and third.
As a runner at second base with nobody at first, you do not have to advance on a bunt. It has to be a good bunt that you know you can get to third base. That ball was bunted hard right back to John Smoltz. Jim Leyritz hung out in no man's land.
Leyritz had 0 time to get his bearings at second base after stealing second on the very next pitch. The bunt by Pettit. Now Andy is on at first with one out for Jeter. And that's strike one.
Well, you'd like to be able to bunt the man to third base, but really he's already in scoring position at second. You do not want to run into that first out of the inning at third base.
And also your vantage point from second base on a ball bunted back to the pitcher. It's not as good as if you were to have an angle on a ball bunted toward first or toward third.
1 ball, 1 strike to Jeter.
That's a good point, though, Bob. And I think Joe Torre telling Jim Leyritz that you don't have to go if the ball's not a good bunt.
To the right side for the double play. Pettit doubled off. 3 unassisted. Bottom of the 7th inning. Time to stretch. Yankees lead by 1.
So where's Alec?
I don't know. It didn't work out. He was too complicated. And he wore alligator loafers.
Since 1873, original Coors in the yellow can.
Alligator loafers?
Time. It fools you. You think you have all the time in the world, and then one morning you wake up and you're older and getting closer to retirement. But many Americans haven't saved enough to enjoy it. That's why there's Sun America. Ask your financial advisor about us today. Because it's not just your retirement, it's your future. Look to the sun. Sun America.
Some people feel the biggest difference between the Regal GS and other sports sedans is the way Regal's refined suspension system holds the road. However, others feel Regal's 36 inches of very generous legroom is something you just have to see to believe. Regal by Buick. The fine line between sport and sedan.
It's just a natural fact of life. As we get older, some of our parts don't work as well. Fortunately, with older cars, you can get those parts replaced at Meineke, where we take good care of every car, young or old, mufflers, brakes, CD joints, shocks, and struts, high-quality parts and service at a reasonable price. Meineke keeps cars of all ages running like new. Too bad they can't do anything about this 1949 classic.
At Meineke, you're not going to pay a lot, but you'll get a lot.
I guarantee it.
Jane's obsession with her ex-lover will drive her to...
You have to watch Melrose Place, Monday on Nonstop Fox.
Bottom of the 7th inning. They play Old Lang Syne here at Fulton County Stadium after Derek Jeter lined into the double play.
Well, as he has been doing most of this World Series, inside outing the ball right at Fred McGriff. Andy Pettit with not much base running experience, but I don't think a regular base runner could have got back on that line drive.
I think Andy is upset because he didn't get the bunt down a little better with Leyritz on at second base.
So the Yankees still out in front 1-0 as we get into the bottom of the 7th inning. It'll be a tough frame for Pettit, McGriff, Lopez, and Andrew Jones. 4, 5, and 6 for the Braves here in the 7th. Fred walked his last time up, struck out back in the 2nd.
I think particularly out over the plate against the left-hander.
Back to Pettit, through Jeter. The leadoff man is on.
McGriff got that pitch out over the plate that you just talked about, Tim. This ball just handcuffs Jeter a little bit. McGriff hustles down the line. Cecil Fielder with the big stretch, can't get him.
It's an error on the shortstop, Jeter. And one error on each side tonight. Here's Javi Lopez.
Each error made tonight. There's that ball hit by McGriff. Pettit tries to go behind his back. Jeter bobbles. Had he come up cleanly, McGriff's out. But both errors that were made tonight made to lead off the inning. The Yankees capitalized. The Braves hope they do.
The other error belongs to Grissom. A two-base error on a ball hit by Charlie Hayes leading off the fourth. To the second baseman, Duncan. The only play is at second. And the force out, 4 unassisted.
I think that's a bad play by Mariano Duncan right there. If he fields that ball and runs at McGriff and throws the ball to first base, they get the force at first base. They have McGriff caught in a rundown. Look where Fred McGriff is right there, middle of the baseline. Go to first base, get the out. You've got McGriff caught in a rundown. Should have been a double play.
Because McGriff wasn't far enough towards second base to where when Duncan made the throw, he makes it to second easily. He was about halfway, and he's not a fast runner.
So it's 1 on 1 out after the force out. And the batter is Andrew Jones, who's been a tough out for Pettit tonight. Jones has walked and singled. The wild pitch. What a play by Leyritz. How does he keep that ball at home plate and keep Lopez at first?
You give with the breaking ball.
Wow.
Anticipate the breaking ball in the dirt. Good curve by Pettit. Watch him give with the breaking ball and use the mitt to cushion, not to catch. Watch him cushion. Softly, and it bounces away to where he can make a play in case Lopez runs. Good play. Great play.
Jones pops it into right center field. Bernie Williams wants it. 2 out.
Well, we saw some miscommunication earlier between Grissom and Dye. Look at Bernie Williams. Screaming at the top of his lungs, waving his glove, telling Paul O'Neill, I got it.
David Weathers getting ready for the Yankees in their bullpen. 1 on 2 out. Jermaine Dye, strike 1. In case you're wondering about Mariano Rivera, he has appeared in each of the last 3 games. Never in his big league career has he thrown in 4 straight games.
And this would normally be his territory of the ball game, a 1-run lead in the 7th inning. Usually Mariano Duncan would be warming up to start the inning. Mariano Rivera, rather.
0-1 the count. 1-1 on Jermaine Dye. Balecki getting ready for Atlanta. That points out the problems right there for the Atlanta bullpen. Balecki was extended last night. He's warming up again here tonight. There's a strike to Jermaine Dye, and it's 1-2. Bobby Cox at least telling us he came into this game not expecting to use Balecki. And he's getting loose here in the 7th. One on, 2 out. 2-2 on Dye.
I think unless the Braves get down to John Smoltz' spot in the order and have a chance to score a run, I think you're going to see John Smoltz go back out there.
Right.
A tired John Smoltz is better than anybody they can bring in out of that bullpen right now.
Two balls, 2 strikes on Dye. Back to Pettit. Plenty of time. Inning over. Andy Pettit pitches around a leadoff error now after 7 in Game 5. Yankees still lead by 1.
Like a rock, standing arrow straight, like a rock,
Last year, more than 6 million people got into a Chevy truck. This year, it'll be even easier. Chevy, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road.
There's a college team I practice with. Each one is out to prove that they can hit the Rhine Express. After a day of fastballs, it's Advil for me. Nothing has shown me that it works better or lasts longer than Advil. I love that sound.
Advanced medicine for pain.
Leaves aren't the only thing falling. During Sears Days, our prices are the lowest of the season. Like your choice of these Craftsman power tools, just $27.
The latest men in blue to wind up on the other side of the law.
A protest south of the border escalates into a riot. Did police go too far?
And parents-to-be may soon be able to more accurately predict the arrival of their little bundle of
away and wanted me to get him out of there.
Problems before.
In other words, science has found the equipment.
Cascades. Then on
future of this wonderful
local Don.
The winds will
A so-called near-death experience like event.
Sometimes the bird makes it, and sometimes it becomes hawk food.
Rafting accident. He wanted to find a physical explanation for his experience, but he keeps coming back to the same conclusion.
Because I didn't want to come off as some sort of half-cocked New Age person. It took me a long time and a lot of reflection to actually come to the point where I didn't feel there was any other explanation for me.
so popular
that he was actually.
You know,
what do? You
go to Tucson. Oh yeah, go to Tucson.
Linda sees no alternative. And when they get there,
Alaska was cold.
Yes.
Cold, and I was sleeping in the dumpster.
Michael tells the story of his bizarre odyssey.
The dancing devils that were 60 feet high.
Gonna have to treat it like it.
In tonight's telecast, it's been a fun run in the city of Atlanta. For all of us at Fox Sports, we've had a lot of time in this city. And the city of Atlanta has been very kind to us.
And the fans really turned it around from the first two games of the NLCS. They seem to be a little blasé, a few extra seats here at Fulton County Stadium, but when the Cardinals pushed him to the wall, the fans responded in a big way.
They are here for the final game at Fulton County Stadium. Here's Charlie Hayes leading it off. Strike one. How about the matchup for Game 6?
Right into your living room here. Duck.
John Smoltz working strong into the 8th inning. Game 6 will have Greg Maddux and Jimmy Key. A rematch of Game 2. That game will take place at Yankee Stadium on Saturday night. 7:30 Eastern right here on Fox. It's Hayes, Williams, and Fielder. Breaking ball is just low. And a 1-2 count on Charlie Hayes.
And the 8th inning of this game becomes pivotal. The bottom of the 8th. This slider just missing from Smoltz. Just a wee bit low.
That's down the right field line in trouble. Jermaine Dye, another fine catch. They had Hayes played perfectly. Week after week, New York Undercover tackles the issues torn from today's headlines and brings you the stories that are happening right here, right now. New York Undercover returns with a brand new episode on Halloween night next Thursday, right here on Nonstop Fox. They have taken the trip to Atlanta with us. Michael DeLorenzo and Malik Yoba, the stars of New York Undercover. Bernie Williams gets into one to right. Jermaine Dye back to get it 2 out.
That was a good play because Jermaine Dye was turned around. He turned the wrong way, recovered in time. Fortunately, did not have a lot of hang time. See him turn right there. Turning to his left. And now spinning around to make the catch. Good play. See him look over his right shoulder initially. and then had to make the adjustment over his left shoulder to make the play.
Talk about two good young rookie outfielders, Jermaine Dye and Andrew Jones. There's a ball to Cecil Fielder, who has had a big night. 3 out of 3, with the only RBI tonight coming on a 1-out double to score Charlie Hayes, who had reached on an error back in the 4th. Back behind home plate and out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Joe and Bob, the reason I was talking about the bottom of the 8th inning, if Andy Pettitte can make it through the bottom of the 8th and Wetland could save it, the Yankees go home 3-2. You have a rested Mariano Rivera for Saturday night, and Joe Torre can go back to that 6-2-1 to even the odds against Greg Maddux, who was spectacular the last time at Yankee Stadium. And there's Wetland loosening up.
1-1 on Fielder. He singled twice and doubled. Strike 2.
Boy, nice frame right there by Javi Lopez. Pulled that ball right back over the outside part of the plate and got the call.
That's number 10. And that ends the top of the 8th inning. Braves bat. Smoltz wants the...
Drugs? Sure.
Any word from outside?
Yeah, they radioed over. It'll probably be about another 10 minutes.
Shall we call ICU? This ventilator guy's been down here for days.
Okay. Do you want me to page Benton for that roulette appian form?
No, I'll check it out. Lydia, get those labs on Cromley.
I thought you were trying to get that girl out.
So did I. But I can't even get the lab to get a CBC in under 3 hours. I can't get an X-ray shot in under 2, and I can't get any ICU beds open up.
Mark, Jennifer's on the phone.
Jen, what's up? So it's 1 in the morning. They drove her back from the lake. Stomach ache, and what else? Well, does she have a temperature? Maybe it's altitude sickness. Well, how do I know where the lake is? You didn't even tell me she was going on a camping trip. Jen, I don't want to fight right now. Hey, listen, just put Rachel in bed, keep her on clear fluids, and I'll call you in the morning. Well, what do you want me to do from down here? Well, I'm sorry you called too. Jerry, get Carter in here.
Featuring the nobody.
Cold. Yes.
Cold, and I was sleeping in the dumpster.
You were sleeping in a dumpster?
The nice clean ones, though.
Then what'd you do?
Checked to Cheyenne, Wyoming, to the Nevada desert. I had buried a few cats.
You buried some cats?
Buried a few cats on the road. Yeah, there was a few cats. I went to Chicago, Illinois.
You know, he would be going along, and he'd hit this high.
I got all
what are you
kinds of
prospecting for? You got all kinds of stories? And directly opposite of that was this incredible low.
My thoughts go across 10,000 possible internet monitors. And only some people's transmitter can read that bit. So I don't know what fiber optics are. Maybe some people are the meaning of such optic.
Is he hearing voices while you're doing any of this?
There are 2 places, I think, in the tape where he says something off.
It won't be stopping the Devils. It'll be stopping some.
The bad slap.
Can do all of that. Cause she will put that speech pattern down. That's when it's necessary too. When you go on a job interview, don't go in there and go, yo, what up, you know. Used to fake bitch. When she come out and give you those.
Back to work. New first baseman Tino Martinez takes over for Fielder. Blauser. Ball 1. You wonder if this is the last start as an Atlanta Brave for John Smoltz. Probably not, but he'll be a free agent at the end of the year. Into left field. Well hit at the track, at the wall. Caught by Strawberry. 1 away in the 8th.
What a remarkable play by a man with a broken big toe on his right foot. And that reach didn't hurt either.
Not so sure that Tim Raines could have gotten to this ball.
Mel Stottlemyre, the pitching coach, cheerleading for his pitcher, but you really have to be impressed with the 1996 World Series turned in by Darryl Strawberry.
Absolutely.
The running catch literally at the wall to Rob Blauser now. Mike Mordecai off the bench. He'll hit for Smoltz.
A 6'6" frame and a wingspan like an eagle. Catches the ball right before crashing into the wall.
To the shortstop Jeter. It eats him up. Still got it. 2 gone.
That ball kind of crawls up the arm of Derek Jeter, popping around in there like a pinball machine. He recovers in time to just get Mordecai.
Gives you a good idea of just how strong his arm is.
Looking at the infield, Jeter's had problems all night fielding ground balls.
2 out, nobody on for Marquise Grissom. Wohler's getting ready for Atlanta out of their bullpen, and he will take over in the 9th inning. Smoltz lifted for the pinch hitter Mordecai. Now Grissom 1 out of 2 with a walk and a single. Up the middle and through for a 2-out base hit.
Andy Pettitte not having a lot of luck fielding balls back through the box today, other than the double play that he started. He's trying to field one behind his back, and that time I think he was fooled. The ball wasn't hit as hard as he thought it was.
So the 2-out hit, the inning continues for Mark Lemke. Trying to keep a 13-game postseason hitting streak alive. He's 0 for 3, and he takes ball 1. Tying run at first for Atlanta. And Pettitte gives Grissom a look.
Grissom has 1 stolen base in this game. The other stolen base by Andrew Jones. Count in Mark Lemke's favor. See if Bobby Cox has Lemke take a strike and allow Grissom to steal.
There goes Grissom. Ground ball to Hayes. We are through 8. Game 5. Series tied. 2 games apiece. 9th inning. Wohler's in. Yankees.
Here. I have money. Here's money. Here.
Critics.
I don't even get with music now. Music today is not for me. I like old school. I'm an old school person. I like the old school, don't you? Because they don't know what to do now. They can sing, they sing their ass off, but they just don't know what to do in the song. And what is this new thing that the new groups do? I don't understand this new stop singing in the middle of the song and talk to you crap. I don't understand why all the new groups do this. And you notice all of them do it. Jodeci does it. Don't talk, just listen. What, is it a burglar up in here? This is your house, ain't it, brother? Fellas, let me tell you something. If you happen to be getting romantic with your girl and you happen to have one of these groups on and they start talking, push your mute button, shut them up, and say your own stuff. But make sure it's important, intelligent, sexual, everything.
With the drive.
They're getting in their cars.
Going too fast.
Swerving. Crashing.
Yeah, but it was great.
You.
It was Curry that bounced.
It's like reflectors. He had sugar in his ear in his last crack career. We can him, manhandle. If you wanna run in his crib, well, get ditto, skate like a limo. The jet to the fly, stay, relate, take a break, break down.
Crime. So he couldn't destroy me that way.
Get out a lot? Are you meeting a lot of people? Are you meeting a lot of women and famous people now?
Yeah, I'm going to be on this VH1 show, and I'm only doing it because it's a fashion show, but I get to plug my movie, and then I get to present with Clyde.
Might as well check them.
50% with the planet Jupiter.
This is the first time that anything in the solar system has crashed into another thing, and we've been watching. So we had no previous experience to go on as to what might happen. We knew how big the comet was, more or less.
Bobby Cox was livid. One of the few times he ever gets mad at Mark Lemke, but he was very upset that Lemke didn't take that strike to give Grissom a chance to steal.
Come on, let's go get a cup.
Was running on the pitch, and Lemke. Now Wohlers back to work. Strawberry leads it off. Last night in 2 innings allowed the 3 runs and the home run by Leyritz, but 6 hits. Strawberry tonight has made his presence felt with that catch in left. Last inning, 1996 postseason, 5 saves, 1 blown save. 1 ball, 1 strike. O'Neill next, and then Duncan. The slow roller for Wohlers. 1 away. 99 miles per hour from Wohlers. Strawberry, the first out here in the 9th inning. Saturday, it's Game 6 of the World Series as we move back to New York, where the Yankees look to capture their first title in 18 years. The Braves look to repeat. Don't miss Game 6 of the World Series Saturday, 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific, exclusively on Fox. Paul O'Neill in this World Series has only 1 hit. 1 out of 9. Ball 1.
Usually those balls that come in about 99 go out at about 8. That's what that ball Strawberry hit. It's about 8 miles an hour going down to first.
Wohlers made a good play.
Yeah.
Leadoff man retired. This may be enforcing as you look at Wetland getting ready out in the Yankee bullpen. Interesting what will happen in the bottom of this 9th inning with Chipper, Jones, and McGriff, the first 2 scheduled hitters. Jones better from the left side, McGriff a left-hander. Pettit may start the bottom of the 9th inning.
You remember last night in the bottom of the 10th inning with McGriff leading off, Joe Torre leaving Graham Lloyd in to pitch to 1 batter, and then Wetland came in.
Wetland is just now starting to toss lightly out of the bullpen. 3-1 the count on O'Neill. Here's ball 4, a 1-out walk.
I think you're right on, Joe. If John Wetland was going to start this inning, he would be cranking it up a lot quicker than he is right now. He's just playing a casual game of catch.
Pettit has allowed no runs on 4 hits. Also pitched around an error in that 7th inning.
And he has 2 complete games this year during the regular season and only 1 shutout.
1 on, 1 out for Mariano Duncan. First pitch swinging as usual, strike one. Bobby Cox defended his decision to bring Wohlers in last night in the 8th inning, saying, I could pitch him 2 innings tonight and he'd be ready for tomorrow's game. Well, he pitched 2 innings last night, and here he is in game 5. One on, one out. Strike 2.
You can see the downward movement on that split-finger fastball from Mark Wohlers. Has not yet gone to the slider that was his downfall in last night's ball game. Watch the movement on this ball as it goes straight down to the ground.
One and two. To the right side, Lemke, good play. Out at second, safe at first.
Fine play by Mark Lemke, who's shaking his head. Watch this play. Going to his left, short hop, perfect throw to Jeff Blauser. Duncan just beat it.
Always tougher to turn that double play from second to short to first because of the time involved in turning the body around, making that throw to short.
Duncan on at first, 2 out, and the rematch. Laric, strike one. One home run in the 1996 World Series last night to tie the game in the 8th inning. A 3-run shot against Wohlers, and I wonder how many sliders you'll see.
Nada.
One and one. Fastball 98 miles per hour from Wohlers. Duncan stealing second. Safe.
Now nobody's on the on-deck circle, so that's why Bobby Cox is going to make Joe Torre go to somebody else or have Andy Pettit hit for himself.
Looked to me like Mariano Duncan is out. His lead foot goes over the bag. Blauser tags his back leg.
Yeah.
The throw was in the dirt. A nice pick by Jeff Blauser, but Duncan with the lead foot goes right over the top of the base. Blauser applies the tag to the back leg, but the Yankees get the safe call.
Now the wild pitch on ball 4 of the intentional walk, and it's first and third, 2 out.
That stolen base by Mariano Duncan could have been the worst thing in the world for the Yankees. This is a wild pitch uncorked. I wonder how many people will remember that. The last wild pitch uncorked at Fulton County Stadium on an intentional walk.
Here's the play at second base on the stolen base. You see the lead leg goes over the bag. The tag is made on the back leg.
But Duncan was called safe, and your point, Tim, the stolen base takes the bat right out of the hands of Leyritz. After the intentional walk, it's first and third because of the wild pitch. And here's what Joe Torre thinks of Chipper Jones and Fred McGriff, who will bat in the bottom of this ninth inning. He'll stick with the left-hander, Andy Pettit, not to hit, but to pitch.
And had Duncan stayed at first, then Jim Leyritz, who homered last night, has a chance to hit. But by stealing, they walk Leyritz intentionally, and Pettit has to hit.
Choked way up on the bat. Strike one.
Well, no secret what he's looking for, just has a little trouble catching up to it. Another fastball in the high 90s from Mark Wohlers.
Runners at the corner, 2 out. Pettit pops one into left. Easy for Andrew Jones, and we head to the bottom of the ninth. Heart of the order will bat. Yankees lead by 1.
I know you're on your way out.
He was so...
Most unions, but there won't be any strikes. And that's a quick look at...
Once upon a time in '94, Montel made no money and life show was slow. And I'm thinking, don't make another hit album. You will see them slow days again, Montel. And he likes his 40s, don't he? As I reach for my 40 and I turn it up, designated driver, take the keys to my truck. I see, that's smart. I like that. He drinking 40, yet he's designating a driver to take the keys to his truck. Right? So I like that in. Unlike my boy Snoop Dogg. Snoop didn't give a shit, did he? You seen him on the latest video, got his hair all pressed and straight, looking like Snooperfly? Snoop didn't get though, did he? Snoop just rolling down the street, smoking indoor, sipping on gin and juice, laid back with his mind on his money and his money on his mind. Like, well, you better get your mind on the road, a truck coming, fool. Where'd you see his ass at next? On TV, dead, making a deal with the devil for his soul. Talking about murder was the case that they gave me. Nope, it was a case of gin and juice. Don't drink and drive. Gotta...
It's a wrong
Anytime. This is 8
to drool. It's McDonald's.
Get off her, guys. You guys are all fire.
United States, and there's one more battle to fight.
We have to take our country back from the special interests.
Don't waste your vote in '96. Just vote for Ross.
Because you own this country.
Witness the most incredible disasters caught on tape in the special everyone will be talking about. When disasters strike, Monday on Nonstop Fox.
Tonight's overhead shots courtesy of the Goodyear Blimp Stars and Stripes, based in Pompano Beach. Quick night. Fun game, even though it's only 1-0, and the only run on an unearned run scored by the Yankees in the fourth. Pettit back to work. Bottom of the ninth inning. Chipper Jones looks at ball one. Hitless tonight. Good fastball, 1-1. Luis Sojo takes over at second base for Mariano Duncan. Strike two. The last complete game shutout in World Series play was in 1993, Game 5. From Kurt Schilling over Toronto 2-0, but you wouldn't expect the complete game tonight. Pettit likely in there for the first two hitters. 1-2, the count on Chipper Jones. Base hit. Jones digging for second. He's there with nobody out.
The Braves seeing the Yankees in their prevent a double defense. Hayes toward the line, the outfield deep, and Chipper Jones gets a double. Good base running by Jones.
You got that double by hustling out of the batter's box. You don't get a double going from first to second. You get it from going hard right out of the box.
Tying run at second for McGriff. Hitless tonight. He's driven in 6 during the World Series. One and one.
Luis Sojo and Derek Jeter talking about the signs behind second base. So over to talk to Jeter, asking him what is Leyritz putting down, just to make sure. You got to be thinking this is the last batter for Andy Pettitte in this ball game.
Javier Lopez on deck, and Wetland getting ready in the Yankee bullpen. 1-1 on McGriff. To the right side, the runner advances to third, and Martinez will take it himself. One away. And here comes Joe Torre. Wetland and Weathers getting ready. It'll be Wetland. Pettitte gone. What an effort. Tying run at third. 1 out.
We've got to move fast, Kirby. I hope you booked Hertz.
Not exactly, but this company's fast.
As fast as Hertz #1 club goal?
Not exactly, but they do have a special place to pick up the car.
Like Hertz?
Not exactly, but it'll be waiting.
Under a canopy? With the keys in it?
Not exactly.
And protected from the weather?
Not exactly.
Counting on that promotion, Kirby?
No, not exactly.
Now Hertz gives triple frequent flyer miles on weekend and weekly rentals.
You can't have pool parties when I'm on the road. This is what happens. You know what I'm saying?
I'm shooting basketballs all day, baby. I'm shooting basketballs. Hey, Tyra, you left your toothbrush at my house.
That's you, LP. That's you.
I know my spot, fool. You can't guard me. The Secret Service couldn't guard me.
I mean, you can have a regular party, but you can't have any more pool parties. Look at this. The filter's messed.
Now, with 50% more tender filet than before, McDonald's new Fish Filet Deluxe is sure to satisfy your grown-up needs and desires. For lunch. It's McDonald's with a grown-up taste.
In a side-by-side comparison, more people prefer the quicker, easier Energizer tester over any other on-battery tester. It's the best way to make sure your battery will keep going and going.
Major League Baseball presents the Ultimate Series Souvenir, the official 1996 World Series video. All the drama of the 1996 World Series, plus exclusive interviews, are showcased in this remarkable video. To order the 96 World Series video for $19.95 plus $4.95 shipping, use your credit card and call 1-800-787-6227. 1-800-787-6227. A message from Major League Baseball.
Andy Pettitte was outstanding. 8 1/3 innings, no runs on 5 hits. He leaves with a tying run at third, 1 out, and he hands it to Wetland. Joe Torre will be second guessed for leaving Pettit in to hit in the top of this 9th inning. But it's easy to understand why he did it. He has a tired bullpen. Pettit had been working very well. You had Jones and McGriff coming up in the 9th inning, and it was Wohlers on the mound for Atlanta. Not easy to bank on a hit against Wohlers. Chipper Jones, a hustling double to lead off the inning. McGriff tapped to first. Tying run at third, 1 out. The infield in with Javi Lopez at the plate. Right at Hayes. Jones holds at third, 2 out.
Looked like a slider to Javier Lopez. Watch how Hayes stays down, stumbles, goes to his knees, gets up, and makes the play.
Plays that almost like a catcher blocking the ball in the dirt. Knows he's going to have plenty of time to throw him out. He just has to stay in front of that ball.
Pettit can hardly watch. The Yankees shooting for their 8th straight road victory in the postseason. They're going to have to go through Klesko. Graham Lloyd getting ready, and Joe Torre wants to talk to Wetland. Klesko is in the on-deck circle.
I think Wetland's the man. They just want to make sure they know exactly how they're going to go after Ryan Klesko. This is not the time to make a mistake because you didn't know what you wanted to do.
I think Joe Torre just said, do you want to pitch to Klesko? And Wetland said yes. That appeared to be the communication.
Tying run at third, 2 out. And Ryan Klesko off the bench for Atlanta.
The alternative would have been a very gutsy move by Joe Torre. Walk Klesko and pitch to Jermaine Dye.
Here is the alternative. And by doing this, you're putting the winning run on base.
So Joe didn't ask him if he wanted to pitch to him. He asked him if he wanted to walk him. There was that pensive delay on Wetland's part. And he finally said, yeah.
So Klesko off the bench draws the intentional walk. Jermaine Dye is called back. And it will be the former Yankee Luis Polonia.
I think Bobby Cox in this situation, not only going with the left-hander against the right-handed pitcher, but realizing that Polonia with good speed could beat out an infield hit and tie the game.
Off the bench for Atlanta, their pinch hitters are 0 for their last 21 during the postseason. A major league record, 0 for 18 this postseason. I don't think Pettit's looked up yet.
Unless there's a television set on the floor of that dugout, he has not looked up since he went to the bench.
Runners at first and third, 2 out. Bottom of the 9th inning with the Yankees leading by 1. Strike 1.
Polonia, a very good low ball hitter. Sure enough, Wetland starts him out with a fastball. One of those situations in a game where you go right to a hitter's weakness and stay there.
Broken bat, foul ball, strike 2.
Another high, hard one from John Wetland. Running that fastball right in on Louis Polonia's hands, shattering the bat.
Leyritz out to talk to Wetland. Phillies trying to keep their road winning streak alive and push it to 8. Trying to take a 3-games-to-2 advantage as this series heads back to Yankee Stadium. Game 6, Saturday night. The 0-2. Bologna stays alive.
I think Bologna broke another bat.
That's what hitters call an emergency swing. It was a pitch too close to take, but not really good enough to hit. So just try to slap it out of play and force Wetland to throw one more pitch.
Yeah, Bob, that's what makes him dangerous in this situation. He is such a fast runner. A play like that between the lines, he could beat it out and the game would be tied.
Tying run at third, winning run at first, 2 out. 0-2. Do it again. What a start for 24-year-old Andy Pettitte tonight. Matched up with John Smoltz, the postseason veteran. Pettitte won 8 1/3 shutout ball. Bologna battling.
Well, after the first 2 games of this World Series, the Braves were up 2-0. People were calling it a mismatch. The Yankees are 1 out away from going back to New York with a 3-2 lead.
Runners at the corners, 2 out. Still an 0-2 count on Bologna.
And the Braves 90 feet away from tying it.
What an at-bat.
He's going to continue to get those high fastballs. You've got to believe. You can't waste a pitch here in the dirt because of the chance of a pass ball wild pitch.
Steady diet of high fastballs. Bologna doing a good job of fighting them off, but just not quite able to get on top of it and put it in play.
Bologna has fouled off 6 straight. 0-2 from Wetland. Into right field. O'Neill is there. Ball game. Yankees win 1-0 as Wetland saves it for Andy Pettitte.
What a play by Paul O'Neill to end it.
O'Neill with that bad hamstring we've been talking about. Full extension at the end of that play. Comes up limping. Yeah.
Pettitte with the hugs, and why not? He is our Chevrolet player of the game. Andy Pettitte, 8 1/3 innings. No runs on 5 hits. Walked 3, struck out 4, and picks up the biggest win in his life. Take a break, come back, and wrap up Game 5 here in Atlanta. The Yankees are up 3-2.
Why do I rent from Enterprise? Very simple. No stress. They arrange to pick me up free, so I don't have to ask anyone for a ride. See? No stress.
Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
Tender grilled chicken, fresh lettuce and tomato, a bakery soft roll. McDonald's new grilled chicken deluxe is loaded with the stuff grown-ups love, inspiring a truly adult emotion, lust.
Ooh, baby.
It's McDonald's with a grown-up taste.
The fifth pocket, overlooked since 1873.
I'm always petrified of the first kiss because I know it could make or break my life. And I'm almost always disappointed. Not because I don't like kissing, because I like kissing. Kissing's good. It's just I only like it with 1 out of a million girls. So what I do is I try, I fail, I try, fail, try, I fail.
Be choosy, be chosen, just be.
CKB, the fragrance for people, Calvin Klein.
If you're looking for the fastest racers on Earth, this is where you'll find them. Ridge Racer Revolution, powered by Namco.
We at Dr. Pepper never thought anyone would duplicate our one-of-a-kind taste. But someone finally did. We did.
The losing pitcher, beaten by Smoltz and the Braves, routed 12-1, and a young man who
Big win in Game 5. 24-year-old Andy Pettitte outdueled one of the best postseason pitchers in the history of baseball, John Smoltz. The biggest win of his life. Standing by with Andy Pettitte is our Steve Lyons.
All right, Joe, thanks a lot. Andy, this game was so big for you guys. You didn't have much of a bullpen down there. What did you do differently today than you didn't do in Game 1?
Well, tonight I just had a good sinker going, and that was pretty much all I threw. I haven't thrown the ball like that all year, and tonight we just went with nothing but sinkers, and it was unbelievable. I haven't pitched like that the whole season.
Chipper leads off the 9th with the double. You get into the dugout, and there's a towel over your head. You didn't look like you wanted to see anything after that.
Well, I've just been praying for John. I prayed for him all year whenever he comes in and closes the game out, and I was just hoping one more time he'd get one for me.
Now, fundamentals have been a big key to this series. So far, the Braves haven't done it, and you guys have made it. You come up with a big play on that bunt play by Lemke in the 6th. Were you sure that you had Smoltz at third when you turned to throw?
Well, I just knew, Jimmy had told me if he bunts it back to me, if it's coming back pretty hard, to go to third, and I tried barehanding it, and I just went for it. I knew, and I just tried making a good throw and tried getting him.
What is the deal with this ball club? You're now 8-0 on the road. It's tremendous. You almost go home to a home field disadvantage.
I don't know. I've been telling everybody, I don't know if we get a little too hyped up or a little too pumped up at home. The excitement of the stadium and the crowd, and we just need to figure out some way to bring it down a notch and relax and play our game.
All right, excellent job, Andy. We'll be back with some more World Series coverage. In fact, we're going to go over to Chip Carey right now. Chip?
Okay, Steve, thank you very much. What a way to close out this great ballpark, Atlanta Fulton County Stadium. The last game here, just like the last game last year, a 1-0 decision. The only difference, the Braves lose it today to the Yankees. We'll continue our coverage of the 1996 World Series from Atlanta right after this timeout.
went back and made a tremendous running catch over his shoulder and then slammed.
Since then,
giving the Yankees this tremendous victory over the Atlanta Braves tonight. How many of us thought the Yankees were dead? And I admit it, after losing the first 2 games of this series at home. Only 2 teams, remember, in the history of Major League Baseball have ever lost the first 2 games at home in the series and come back to win it. The 1986 Mets and the 1985 Kansas City Royals. That's all. And the Yankees had looked so bad against the Braves. They'd looked so impotent. The 12-1 start, and then the great Greg Maddux coming on and totally handcuffing the Yankees in Game 2. It is now Greg Maddux upon whom the Braves' hopes rest Saturday night at the stadium after the unlikely, the improbable, and indeed, how many of us thought it? The impossible had happened. The New York Yankees sweeping the Atlanta Braves 3 tonight, the final game in the history of Fulton County Stadium, and now taking the lead in the World Series 3-2 with Game 6 and, if necessary, Game 7 back at Yankee Stadium, which should be a great weekend. We'll be going live to Al Trautwig, later on Michael Kay in Atlanta. Plenty of
investment advice prepared me for any sort of retirement I chose. And I chose to start over with a business of my own.
Wait a minute, are you sure you're old enough to be here?
That's my idea of a fascinating adventure.
At Dean Witter, we measure success one investor at a time.
It starts with a full quarter pound of beef, with fresh toppings, our chef sauce, on a bakery soft roll. McDonald's Arch Deluxe. If it were any more grown up, we'd need to check your ID. It's McDonald's with a grown-up taste.
Presenting Gillette Clear Gel Antiperspirant. A clear, clean gel that goes on smoothly, with no white residue. For powerful all-day protection, Gillette Clear Gel Antiperspirant.
You don't think the streets of New York are rocking tonight? 1-0. The Yankees win the game. They lead the World Series 3-2, with the next 2 games coming up this weekend, if necessary, at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. The big key so far has been the New York Yankees bullpen. John Wetland has anchored that group all year long. He got the save today, and he's standing by with Steve Lyons.
All right, Chip, thanks a lot. John Wetland, you've been in a Yankee uniform for a few years now. I got to think this is the biggest save of your career.
Most definitely. You know, obviously coming in such a big game in the World Series, and the fact that it was a real tough one, too, a guy on third and one out, you know, put the pressure on.
Polonio comes up, hits the ball in the gap. Looked like the ball took off on a kneel a little bit. Were you afraid that he might not make that play?
I was afraid when I let go of the ball. I knew that I didn't really put the juice on it that I wanted to, and it kind of came out funny. And you know, I was looking for him to hit the ball in the air. He was behind on all the fastballs, and I didn't want to make a mistake with a breaking pitch. And he hit it in the air all right, and almost hit it in the air a little too good.
All right, nice job, John. Chip, let's go back to you.
Okay, Steve, thank you very much. It's been 90 years since the road teams have won the first 5 games of the World Series. It's happened again in 1996, and we'll see if the Yankees can clinch it starting Saturday night in New York. The Yankees lead the World Series 3-2. Luis Polonia and the Braves denied tonight. We'll have more in a moment.
Contest, and great pitching in baseball can make or break momentum very, very quickly. So don't think that this is over by any stretch of the imagination, and I guarantee you that the Yankee players are not thinking that at all right now. They have a very, very tough task this weekend with Maddox in Game 6, and should the Yankees lose, facing Tom Glavine in Game 7. Look at the box score from tonight's contest at Fulton County Stadium.
Any ideas?
Yeah, Aflac.
Aflac.
When I leave them this.
Okay, Berman, tell us what your nicknames are going to be this Sunday. We want to win that ESPN name game sweepstakes.
It's chicken pot pie. Pot pie at KFC.
I don't think there was anything he could do to prevent it. And it was a tough play as it ended up for Keith down here.
Did you talk to him about it afterwards?
No. Doesn't make any difference. I've never seen him miss one, ever.
We'll have a little bit more with Atlanta manager Bobby Cox and some of the Braves players.
This.
Plenty of post-game interviews. But right now, we've got to look at the highlights of tonight's game from Atlanta, Fulton County Stadium. Well worth another look. In fact, I hope many of you taped tonight's game and saved it for posterity. Well, I understand we can't do highlights right now, and we'll tell you frankly, the difficulty we're having is because Fox is not yet off the air. And
way to make sure your battery will keep going and going.
The mystery of the blinking rings. And now, my finest illusion. Voila! Empty! Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, no, please don't get up. You're too kind. Thank you.
Just yours.
It's not necessary for you to...
Got milk?
Ow!
Well, the New York Yankees this year were the best team in one-run decisions in Major League Baseball. The Yankees were 25-16 in one-run games. They win a thriller 1-0 here in Atlanta, the final game ever played at Atlanta's Fulton County Stadium. Next year, of course, they'll move across the street into beautiful new Olympic Stadium, which will, of course, be called Ted Turner Park. Former Yankee Dave Winfield is standing by with me as well tonight. Dave, this has to be a huge win, not only for the Yankee Ball Club, but the city of New York as well. They've waited a long time to get back to the series. Now they're in a position to win it for the first time since '78.
Oh, man, this is a big, big game for the Yankees. You know, once again, at the top of the show, remember I said that the Atlanta Braves were just doing little things that were leaving the door open for the Yankees to take advantage of it. Think back to the fourth. fly ball to the outfield, miscommunication between Grissom and Dye over in right field. The ball rolled up Grissom's arm for an error. Yankees capitalized on it, and that was all the scoring of the day.
Yeah, no question about it, Dave. Little mistakes mean an awful lot in the World Series. John Smoltz and Andy Pettitte, both of them pitched tremendous ball games. It's somewhat ironic. Last year, the Braves win the World Series with a solo home run from David Justice, a 1-0 decision. They lose the last game in this ballpark 1-0, and now have to go to New York and knock off the New York Yankees in a very hostile environment.
Well, as you said, you mentioned earlier, this is the first time since in 90 years that to start a series that they have won 5 road games. And if, in fact, Atlanta is going to try to win this thing, they're going to have to set a new record and make it 6 or 7 road wins.
Yeah, for the Braves, though, they feel very confident. They'll have Greg Maddux going in Game 6 Saturday. He pitched a masterpiece up in New York. Really was impressive at Yankee Stadium. Game 7, if necessary, the Braves will have Tom Glavine going. The Yankees in Game 6 will have Jimmy Key and then David Cone lying back for a potential Game 7 in New York. So great pitching matchups at the Yankee Stadium in the Bronx, New York. How important, Dave, was the loss for the Braves last night? You can't help but wonder, with Mark Wohlers blowing the save opportunity for the Braves, that emotionally this Atlanta team, despite the close game tonight, they had to be a little bit fragile coming into this game tonight here in Atlanta.
Well, actually, I think they were pretty confident. I mean, they came off a St. Louis series where their back was against the wall. They needed to win the last 3 games, and that's exactly what they did. I still feel they have that confidence, but once again, they're going to go to a hostile environment, and in New York the first time, the crowd was unable to get into the game. That 10th man never set foot on the field. I guarantee you, well, actually there were 10 or 11 additional men on the field, but when it comes down to this game, they're going to be loud and raucous, and it's going to be something.
And the Braves offense has to find its way too. They haven't scored a run now in 15 innings, I should say, in the World Series. You know they'll need to score some runs, obviously, because the Yankees will be jacked up at Yankee Stadium starting Saturday night in the Bronx. Great pitching matchup for Game 6 in New York. The Braves have to win to stay alive. They have the paint master, Greg Maddux, on the hill. 3-1, 123 his postseason mark. Jimmy Key will pitch for the Yankees. We'll have it for you beginning at 7:30 Eastern Time, 4:30 Pacific. It's Game 6 of the World Series. If the Yankees win, they'll be the world champions. An unearned run, the difference tonight, and it was costly. The New York Yankees have won 3 in a row. They lead the World Series 3-2. For our entire crew, this is Chip Carey. We'll see you in New York Saturday. So long, everybody.
Tomorrow.
But the fact that you don't want to get beat on your second or third best pitch. Thought about tricking them, but you try and trick someone when you throw, 93, 94 miles an hour, and sometimes it ends up a cheap base hit.
Well, you look at yesterday's game and you say, how can you top it? And then baseball shows you a different side of itself. I mean, a 1-0 game in a situation like this is about as exciting as it gets.
Well, you had 2 great pitchers out there dueling. Smoltz threw the ball real well. Pettitte, my boy, he threw the ball in extremely well. And he just gave us an opportunity to get a run on the board, and he just bared down and went as hard as he could, and then we got wet in the game, and then we won the ball game.
All right, so let's look at your big night. First, you had 3 hits, we can say that. Joe Torre sticking with you. In the 4th inning, we're going to start things off with more good fortune. A big break as Marquise Grissom, really great in center field, just misses it, coming close to Jermaine Dye.
Well, that was a big break for us to be able to get, Charlie on second base, and then Bernie came up after that and moved him over to third. So I'm just trying to hit the ball hard. I want to hit the ball hard somewhere. And he tried to come inside on me, and I pulled it.
And John, at this point, you're a pitcher out there. You're watching a team gain confidence in the batter's box against a guy like John Smoltz. That's got to be special.
It's tremendous. Like Seth said, he was pitching great. There was absolutely nothing wrong. When you catch a big break like that, and guys are just you know, swinging the bats with confidence, it usually goes to whoever catches that break. You know, Pettit and Schmaltz both got locked up in a tremendous duel, and we caught that break.
Let's talk about what I thought was an early indication that Bobby Cox knew that Andy Pettit's stuff was good and that it was going to be a very, very low-scoring game. When Charlie Hayes reached third base, the infield came in. Did you notice that?
Well, I was kind of happy they came in because I feel that I'm supposed to hit the ball through the infield. I mean, when they came in, I'm saying, hey, all I got to do is hit the ball hard and hopefully not hit the ball at somebody. So for me, I want them in because the infielders really don't want to be in when I'm hitting.
All right, John, now let's go back to the last out. Luis Polonia, he's staying. It's a long at bat. Now it goes out to Paul O'Neill, and I don't know what it is about the last outs of the ball game, but Tim Raines goes to one knee, and Paul O'Neill needed that extra step in a big, big way.
Well, I made a huge mistake there. I really didn't let the ball go as good as I wanted to. And I think I was trying to spot it a little too much rather than let it go. And that usually spells death for a pitcher, a power pitcher. But fortunately, Paulie got on his horse and went down, flagged it down.
Yes, he did. Now let's talk a little bit about Andy Pettit's performance. I mean, I don't know how you can explain losing in game one the way he did and then coming out and pitching into the ninth inning. He was sensational. Maybe not in a bunting sense, but he was sensational in pitching and his defense tonight in that one critical inning where he gets the double play in the sixth.
Well, Andy, I mean, he came out, and I seen him. He's right next to me, and I seen he had the focus going. He understood what we needed out of him tonight was a good ball game. Andy went out there and bared down. He got in some tough situations. The bunt to make that throw to third base was real big. Then he got Chipper to ground back to him for a double play. I mean, he was out there doing his thing, and I think after last night's game, it was just big for us to come in here and win this ball game.
Your first World Series, you wanted this so bad, and boy, you're such a big part of this.
Well, I tell you, you know, I'm fired up. I'm ready to go. I think, you know, we got a special ball team. We got a lot of good ball players, and you know, everybody can't play. We got guys on the bench that could be playing on any other team. But again, you know, we won. We're going home, and hopefully we can come out on Saturday and play a good ball game.
What a difference from after the feeling after the first two games in the Bronx. Thanks a lot, John Wetland. Thanks a lot, Cecil Fielder. We'll continue now on our Tri-State BMW post-game report by listening live to Joe Torre. His team's up 3-2.
Joe? Would you give us in your words why you played Cecil Fielder, and what has he shown you since you've had him?
Well, I played him because he's probably had the most quality at bats in this series. You know, he didn't get many hits early, but you could see it coming. And I'll tell you, he's become a much better hitter in the postseason than he was during the season. I'm not talking about hitting home runs. I'm talking about being a good hitter. You know, when we got him early on, I think when you come over, maybe you try to impress people, not trying to impress, but you try to do what we got him for, and that's hit home runs. But he has become a much better hitter since this postseason started.
John? Would you talk about Andy?
Well, that's easy. He was right on his game. That was the same game he pitched in Baltimore on Sunday. He was down. He had good stuff. He moved the ball around, used all his pitches, and it was just fun for me to watch. I mean, he went into the ninth inning at 88 pitches, and that's an incredible number. He was right about. Actually, he was better than Baltimore because he threw 108 innings in Baltimore. He just that kid's got a lot of heart. He really does, and he's got a great stomach. He doesn't back off. Never wants to come out of the game. And it looks like he's swinging the bat all right, too, but we won't see any more of that.
Ed? The thinking behind walking Klesko.
Well, I figure if I'm going to let Pettit hit with first and third, I might as well walk Klesko. Actually, I went out and talked to John about it, and we were discussing it out there. I had walked somebody intentionally early in the season with John, and it sort of messed his mind up a little bit. He tried to pitch a different way, and since then I've been going out and talking to him about it. And when I went out there and said, what are you comfortable with at this point? You know, and I thought it was going to be Pendleton, pinch hitting for Dye. And he hesitated, and that was the hesitation. That's all I needed. I said, let's just walk him. I can't be worried about putting the winning run on base when it's a Ryan Klesko.
Rob?
A lot of people, Joe, wrote you guys off after
lot of people wrote you off when you were down 2 games coming into town. How confident were you that you'd be able to come back?
Well, I was confident that we were better than that. And what I mean by better than that, I don't mean necessarily winning 3 games, but just the quality of the game itself. I really have to blame it on rustiness from being idle for a week. Not, again, to take anything away from Smoltz or Maddox, because they were dynamite. I mean, Smoltz was terrific again tonight. But just the game. I mean, we didn't have good swings. I know they're great pitchers, but we should have better swings. Not that we were going to get hits, but just better at bats. And we just felt, you know, getting away from home, where I think you lose your focus a little bit, especially when you feel you have to win because it's home. You have 2 games, then you go away for 3. I think we've done well. I know we've done well on the road here in the postseason, because we did that same thing during the season, and I know that's helped our psyche about not worrying about going on the road.
How?
When you got Cecil, did you know he was as good a fielder?
When you got Cecil, did you know he was as good a fielder as he is?
Yes. I broadcast over for the Angels, and remember talking to Sparky about him. And he's an athlete. He said he moves around. He's quick. He goes either way very quick. He has good hands. I was very impressed with the double play last night, because he didn't rush it. He threw the ball. He knows what he's doing. But I knew he had good hands and could handle a position, even though, you know, for his size, he doesn't look like he would move quickly.
Yeah. What is it about Andy that enables him to come back from a loss and pitch his very best?
Well, he's got a lot of courage. But the thing about it, the losses, see, if he lost the game being Andy Pettitte, then, you know, maybe it would be a little tougher. But he wasn't Andy Pettitte in that last game. He was trying to do something other than what's made him successful this year. And he just stopped using all his pitches that last game. He did it in Baltimore the last game. And we talked about it after the first 2 postseason games where he struggled. He just over-prepared. And I think that's just the inexperience. He just felt he had to do something different because, hey, these guys they're in postseason, both so are we. And we just had to remind him that he has to do the same things that got him there.
Thanks to our friends at the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, the Yankees have the lead, and we have the blimp. That's a live shot, the old home and the new home. And look at all these Yankee fans chanting Yankees baseball, we can. John Wetland going up, high-fiving the Yankees with the most improbable of the improbable. Yesterday's comeback, and now the 1-0 victory tonight. Al Troutwig joined by Steve Hurt, who supplies information to Major League Baseball with the Elias Sports Bureau all year long. And Steve, I guess let's put this in perspective. What exactly did the Yankees do here in coming to Atlanta, winning 3 in a row?
Well, the biggest headline, Al, is they did something that no one has done in the history of the World Series, and that's to lose your first 2 games at home and win your next 3 on the road. No team had ever done that previously.
Meanwhile, Yankee fans now in a mock tomahawk chop, and I think Braves fans might want to rethink that as a tradition, because it certainly didn't help the Braves at all. So while they continue to think about the good times that are to come this weekend in the Bronx, let's talk about one of the most amazing performances, and that of Andy Pettitte tonight.
Andy Pettitte, you have to realize, Al, how the Atlanta Braves had dominated left-handed pitchers throughout the postseason. They'd hit .333 against them, and they'd hit .336 with runners in scoring position. Now consider that Pettitte, a left-hander, holds them scoreless. They've been shut out in this ballpark only 1 other time this year. And in 4 of the last 5 innings, the Braves had the leadoff men on, so Pettitte was pitching in trouble. And against a great clutch-hitting team, he held them scoreless.
And he also turned in that sensational bottom of the 6th inning double play that was reminiscent of the double play that he turned in that crucial late-season series in the regular season against the Baltimore Orioles. So if you want to think ahead, and we'll do that for a moment at least, with lots more to come here live from Atlanta, Jimmy Key going up on Saturday against Greg Maddux.
And for the Braves, it's going to be a deja vu, because in 1992, it was Jimmy Key who beat the Atlanta Braves in Game 6 of the World Series right here when he was with Toronto. So they'll have to beat a guy on Saturday who beat them in '92 for the championship. And if Yankee fans think it's been a while since they saw a 1-0 World Series victory, Ralph Terry, last game of the 1962 World Series. That was it.
Steve, you're a pretty pragmatic guy, but as you watch this team, I mean, Marquise Grissom drops the ball. They get out of that 1st and 2nd, nobody out. Every call, every little twist of fate going the Yankees' way. Joe Torre allowing Andy Pettitte to hit in the 9th inning. You name it, everything. do you start thinking about things that go beyond the numbers?
It's been 3 days of magic down here, Al. From the holy roller, from Charlie Hayes, to the fielding plays, and to those plays that you cited tonight.
All right, we've got Michael Kay's clubhouse report to come. He's been talking to many Yankees. The fans are being allowed to stay on this, the last of the baseball nights in the history of Atlanta Fulton County Stadium. John Wetland, amidst all the pressure a 1-0 World Series game could deliver, answering with a pitch that Luis Polonia sent to the glove of Paul O'Neill. The Yankees sweep in Atlanta and head back to New York with a chance to win their 23rd World Championship of Baseball. Let's go back to Bob Page with much more to come live from Atlanta.
All right, thank you, Alan. We, in turn, return to our interview with Bobby Cox, the Atlanta manager, who met the media just a short time ago on videotape now. And the first thing you'll hear Cox address is that key play, one of the key plays in this ball game tonight, in the 6th inning, in which the Braves had runners on first and second, Mark Lemke bunting, and Andy Pettitte comes off the mound, whirls, and showing a tremendous amount of resolve, quick thinking, guns out John Smoltz at third on a force play.
What you said? Okay.
Well, let me tell you what, Pettitte is a cat on the mound. That wasn't all that bad of a bunt. You better give him some credit on that ball. It took some balls to throw that thing to third, too.
Okay,
He's
next
a pretty good-looking athlete to me.
Question here. Are you still confident in what Maddox could do, what he did in the first game?
I thought Smoltz would pitch a great game tonight, and he gave up no earned runs. And I think Mr. Maddox and Mr. Glavine will be on top of their games and pitch very well.
Okay, any more for Bobby? Question over here. Can you talk about the difficulty a team may face trying to win 2 games in New York with a difficult crowd?
Well, we did it before. I mean, we could very well do it again. The pressure is always on the team that's leading because you're itchy to get it. I mean, I said that before. When we're leading, it's on us. So, we'll play our normal game and we'll see what happens.
Okay, another question here. Is this a tougher task compared to being down 3-1 to St. Louis?
No, because we had to win 3. Now we only have to win 2. So it's one game easier. We can put together a 2-game win streak, I know.
Okay, a couple more. Jerome? Did the right fielder interfere in that play on center field, you think, Bobby?
That was one of those balls, Jerry. It's no man's land out in there. Both of them were on a full gallop to go get it. I'm not sure if Dye could have cut it or not, but he's not going to slow down and let it drop in, that's for sure. He's not made that way. He's made too many great plays, so has Marquis. I've never seen a ball drop in. And they were going full steam ahead, and I think Dye probably passed in front of him, which he had to. I mean, he can't slide and stop. So, and it probably distracted Marquise just a little bit. I don't know. But I certainly can't fault. That ball was hit pretty good.
Atlanta manager Bobby Cox facing the media just a short time ago in Atlanta. Now let's go back and take a look at the highlights of tonight's game. The dramatic 1-0 Yankees verdict over the Atlanta Braves in the final game ever played at Fulton County Stadium. They'll tear it down next year. Former President Jimmy Carter and the Braves fans will move next door to the Olympic Stadium. John Smoltz making a statement early on, striking out Derek Jeter, Charlie Hayes in the very first inning, and then Bernie Williams on a breaking ball. Smoltz pitched brilliantly tonight. In fact, every bit as brilliantly as Andy Pettitte. And how about the performance of this young Yankee left-hander who likely will win the American League Cy Young this year, fanning Marquise Grissom and then getting the pesky Mark Lemke on strikes. In the third, Derek Jeter at bat. Smoltz delivers a fastball, and he rips one to third. Chipper Jones had to be quick coming up with the ice cream cone. Joe Torre now looking on at the bottom of the third. Grissom taking a lead at second base, but Pettitte strikes out Lemke on a questionable called third strike from Larry Young. Lemke not happy, nor is Bobby Cox, who felt he was jobbed by another American League umpire, Tim Welke, 2 nights ago. Top of the fourth, Yanks catch a break, and here it is. Charlie Hayes with a fly ball to right center. Marquise Grissom just drops it. It goes as a 2-base error. Grissom can't believe it, and neither can Cox. Grissom has won 4 straight Gold Glove awards. After Bernie Williams ground out, moved the runner to third, Cecil Fielder rips one into the corner and left for the only run of the ball game. As things would turn out, Big Daddy winds up at second base with a double, going 3 for 4 in the evening. To the bottom of the 4th inning, Yankees with some nice defense. Javi Lopez grounds to second, and the Yanks turn it. A 4-6-3 double play with a nice stretch by Fielder at first base. In the 5th, Leyritz singled to lead off the inning. Pettit attempting to bunt him over. Chipper Jones with a nice running catch. The next batter, Derek Jeter, loops one to right, and Jermaine Dye playing in again with the diving grab. In the 6th inning, the Yankees had runners at second and third with 2 outs, but Smoltz, facing Mariano Duncan, strikes him out on a fastball just on the corner to end the threat. To the bottom of the 6th inning, Smoltz and Grissom had consecutive singles, and here once again is one of the key plays in the ball game. Lemke laying down the punt, and look at Andy Pettit just whirl and throw out Smoltz at third as Joe Torre, Don Zimmer, Willie Randolph, and the Yankees bench applause. Then the next batter, Chipper Jones, right back to Andy, a double play, ending the Braves' threat. How about that, as the late, great Mel Allen used to say. Top of the 7th, Yanks have Leyritz at second with nobody out. Pettit attempts to sacrifice, but Smoltz throws to third. Jimmy Leyritz hung up between second and third in the rundown and is tagged out. That brings Derek Jeter to the plate. He lines it hard to McGriff, steps on the bag for an inning-ending double play. To the 8th, still 1-0. Joe looking on the bench. As Jeff Blauser bids for leadoff extra bases, Darryl Strawberry races back and makes a nice catch up against the wall. In the 9th inning, Duncan was on second base for the Yankees. Mark Wohlers with the intentional walk to Leyritz. How about that? He throws it over the head of Javi Lopez. Runners at the corners with 2 outs. They let Andy Pettit hit right here, meaning he would stay in and start the bottom of the 9th. Andy flies out to end the inning. But leading off in the 9th, Chipper Jones picks on a high breaking ball and laces it down into left field. Darryl comes over, but Chipper hustles safely into second base with a lead-off double, and it looked like big trouble for the Yankees. A ground out, then moved Jones to third. Javi Lopez facing John Wetland, the first man to face him, grounds out sharply to Charlie Hayes, who makes a nice play. And then that epic confrontation as Bobby Cox sent up first the pinch hitter Klesko, who was walked deliberately. Former Yankee Luis Polonia, having fouled off 6 pitches, lines to deep right center. Paul O'Neill with a tremendous running catch to cement the Yankees' 1-0 victory over the Atlanta Braves. Just a tremendous performance by these gritty Yankees, and we have to hear from the man of the hour, Yankees starting pitcher Andy Pettit. And we will do that coming up right after we pause again for these messages here in our extended New York Yankees postgame report.
You're not with AT&T, are you?
No, I'm not.
So, are you happy?
Not really.
I was happier with AT&T. Well, we're making it simple to come back. How'd you like to get 100 free minutes just for switching to AT&T? That would be wonderful.
That's a real gift.
Well, there's a lot more. Introducing the new AT&T One Rate plan. Just 15 cents a minute on calls from home to anybody, anytime, anywhere in America.
That's great. It's a flat rate, anytime, anybody, anywhere. I'm going to presume there's going to be a charge involved.
No, it's free.
It's even better.
No fees, no minimum spending, no time requirements, no restrictions, no games.
You can't beat that.
Call 1-800-YES-2-ATT. You'll get one low rate plus 100 free minutes for switching to AT&T. So what do you think?
I think the 100 free minutes is awesome.
The one rate plan is excellent.
There's no restrictions, no limits.
So what are you going to do?
Pick up the phone and switch to AT&T.
One rate, 100 minutes. Call 1-800-YES-2-ATT to switch.
If we look relaxed, it's because we got a great night's sleep in our new Craftmatic Monaco adjustable bed.
And I'm happy because of the 30% savings we received.
Well, you too can save 30% on a Monaco adjustable bed. Just call toll-free for this 30% off certificate.
Monaco is the ultimate in bedroom luxury. Standard features include this high-quality orthopedic mattress,
fingertip adjustability controls for head and feet, dual variable speed massage,
and warm, comforting therapeutic heat. To save 30% off the Craftmatic Monaco of your choice,
Call toll-free and get this special 30% off savings certificate by mail.
but hurry, this offer is limited.
So, call for your 30% off savings certificate and full details about Monaco right away.
Call toll-free 1-800-982-2600. That's 1-800-982-2600. Toll-free 1-800-982-2600.
Bob Page back with you in our MSG Sports Desk studios here at Madison Square Garden in Manhattan as we continue to discuss the Yankees' second straight dramatic victory at Atlanta over the Atlanta Braves, which has given them a 3-2 lead in the World Series. What a difference a game makes, as they say. How about Andy Pettitte after that first game nightmare in which the Braves routed him and won 12-1? He lasted just 2 1/3 innings, gave up 6 hits and 7 runs, and tonight, Pettitte with an 8 1/3 inning gem, leaving only in the 9th inning for John Wetland, gave up 5 hits and no runs. And Al Trautwig will be talking with Andy Pettitte live on our air in just a few moments from now. And we do return to Al Trautwig, who is standing by at Fulton County Stadium in Atlanta. Al?
All right, Bob, we're back live, and the Yankee fans have been politely told, go home, please. We've been through enough here in Atlanta as the Yankees take a 3-2 lead, joined now by Michael Kay. It was a thrilling game because virtually every single pitch was as tension-filled as you could ask because of the score and because of who was pitching.
2 great games in a row and 2 completely different games. I mean, both games for the ages. Yankees come back from a 6-0 deficit yesterday, and then one of the best pitch games you'll see in the World Series, and by a 24-year-old who shows so much poise and so much composure. I mean, he made a great defensive play. He got the big outs when he needed to, even put a ball into play in a big at bat. What a performance by Andy Pettitte. And this shows everybody he really was the Cy Young Award winner in the American League.
For lack of a better term, how about the magic of Joe Torre, who calls on Charlie Hayes and Cecil Fielder in spite of the right-handed pitcher on the mound, and they both combined to deliver the only run. Okay, and there was a little extra magic of the error involved, but still, those were the 2 guys who gave it to him.
It's amazing. He's on one of those runs that you see every once in a while. Gil Hodges had it in '69. Any move that he makes seems to work out. He was really setting himself up the classic second guess. He let Andy Pettitte hit for himself in the 9th inning. He could have gone up by 1 more run. It could have been 2-0 if he sent up a pinch hitter. He had Boggs on the bench if he wanted. So he didn't go that way. He knows Pettitte's going to make it out. Pettitte does. Then Pettitte gives up the leadoff double, and you go, uh-oh. He really overdid it this time. He brings on Wetland, and Wetland bails him out. And every move this guy has made this year has been unbelievably correct.
This is how Yankee fans watch the 9th inning. You know, they're like this. But the last play of the game was in the glove of Paul O'Neill. And we're going to take one last look at the play because Mike was in the Yankee clubhouse talking to Paul O'Neill. This was the pitch to Luis Polonia, a long at bat. Polonia seemed to be getting things measured. This one, oh, everybody had a big gasp to deliver as Paul O'Neill was asked whether he worried whether his legs could get him there in time.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know right there. I was glad I had enough to get to the ball. That's all that matters. Yeah, it's I don't know. I know Louis, he had a great at bat. I mean, he fouled off a lot of pitches and then he hit the ball. I didn't think he'd hit the ball that far, but you know, it's a credit to him. He had a great at bat. Jose just moved me over a couple pitches earlier over in the gap, so I guess you can ask him and credit him for positioning.
What's going through your mind? Can you comprehend at that point as you're running toward the ball? Are you thinking anything?
I'm thinking, you know, I got to catch the ball. I mean, that runs through your mind before the ball's even hit. That, you know, with the tie game there and you're on the road, you know, you don't want to let the crowd get it. They tie it up, the crowd's in it, and then, you know, they got a lot of momentum going into the next inning. So, you know, we're just trying to do anything we can to get out of the inning and get in here with a 1-0 win. But, you know, when you win a game 1-0, you can't credit anybody but the pitching. I mean, Pettitte and Wetland and. You know, it's fun to win games like that, but boy, it's fun to have a blowout too.
How much pain are you in on that play?
I don't know, it doesn't matter. I'm in none right now. That was a great game, and any way we can win them, like I said, we got to win one more game.
Well, does anybody in this clubhouse realistically think you can come in here and take 3 games?
Well, I don't know. You know, obviously when we left New York, a lot of people doubted what we were going to do. Our goal was to come down here and win a series and you know, get back to New York. And you know, to come in here and win the way we did. I mean, we won a game last night we probably shouldn't have, but Jimmy stepped up and had a huge home run. So, you know, we got to go home and just play our hearts out Saturday night and hope things are good enough there.
We're joined now by Jimmy Leyritz, who said, did the Rangers win tonight? He's got the split focus working. You know, it'll be a little while before New York can focus totally on the Rangers. But before we get to you, I just want Michael Kay to put the capper on that the play that Paul O'Neill made to end the game and Jose Cardinal's involvement in it.
Well, Cardinal moved O'Neill at the last moment. He moved him a little bit more toward right center field because that's the book on Polonia. And really those extra couple of steps helped Paul O'Neill make the play. And I asked Cardinal, you know, this is the type of position where you're always getting criticized. I said, this must make you feel pretty good. He goes, no, I just want to make George happy.
As do you.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, the question I really should have asked you last night that I didn't. I mean, you were here when things were as bad as they were. I'm going back to, you know, Stump Merrill. You're the Yankee of longest tenure. I mean, you can't probably describe what this is like to have been there and been here.
Oh, not at all. I mean, you know, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, I think everybody thought I was on my way out of here. And to be able to still be here and to be a part of this, it's a tremendous feeling, and you can't really describe it.
Jimmy, we talked earlier about an indication when Charlie Hayes got to third base in the fourth inning that Bobby Cox brought the infield in, the signal there that this is going to be a very, very tight game, and he didn't want to give up the run because he had the early respect for Andy Pettit's stuff. He really did have very good stuff from the first inning, didn't he?
Oh, I think both, like I said, both pitchers showed what they're all about today. I mean, both they pitched like Cy Young Award pitchers, and they made the one mistake, and we took advantage of it. And that's, you know, sometimes that's what cost the team, and tonight that cost them. And like I said, Andy went out and did a great job, made two defensive plays that you would never think Andy Pettit would make, right. And you know, he did a tremendous job tonight.
By the way, the Yankee offense was Cecil Fielder 3 hits, Jimmy Leyritz 1 hit, and 1 very big error, and that was it.
Now, what's the difference, Jimmy, in what Andy Pettit did in the first game when he got knocked out early and this time? Was it the layoff?
I think that was a little bit. It was just a matter of location. Tonight he had his location. You know, we got criticized a little bit on our game plan from the last time, but it was just that he didn't throw strikes. And tonight he went out. He was throwing breaking balls. And
was there a change in the game plan, a conscious one?
Not really. I mean, we changed it a little bit, but like I said, we wanted to use all his pitches tonight, and I think, like I said, we went out and did that. And pretty much this game he pitched tonight was very similar to the one we pitched in Baltimore to finish that series.
No, I saw you had a quiet lunch in Atlanta today with your wife and your brother, but I wonder what was today like for you. You were in every newspaper in the free world, probably.
I mean, yeah, like I said, I can't describe it, and if we win this thing, I think it's really going to hit me. And I haven't, you know, last year it took me about a month after the season was over to think about the Seattle home run, because we went home, you know, we went to Seattle and we lost 3 games, and it was very disappointing.
And the home run in the Baltimore series that got that big inning started.
Yeah, but you know, this is the World Series. I think, you know, like I said, last night was big, and to go out and do what we did tonight, to be able to be a part of it too. You know, I was catching tonight, which you know, I was glad to be a part of that, and. Now to be able to go home and try to take one of the next 2, I think we're in pretty good shape.
Yeah, by the way, you hooked your grasp into the right train in becoming Andy Pettit's private catcher, by the way. That was a pretty good job on your part.
Let me ask you a question. We were just talking about how Joe Torre has been great all year. Every move he makes seems to work out, and up in the press box, we believe it. How about down in the dugout? Do you guys ever question what he does?
No, not at all. I think, you know, everybody came in here today. There was a couple guys that went in the lineup that we were kind of surprised, and you know, like I said, Joe went with his feeling, and it worked out. You know, and Charlie got out on the air and scored the 1 run. You know, won us the game and made a great defensive play there on the ball that Chipper Jones hit, and or Lopez hit, and. You know, it was just, you know, all the moves he makes seem to be working out, and you know, some people say, well, you know, they question it, but it's he's done a tremendous job for us, and I think everybody on this team has contributed to us winning.
By the way, did you have the meatloaf? I did. It was very good.
No, I had the penne pasta today.
Good choice. Good. The carbo load. Thanks a lot, Jimmy Leyritz.
All right, thank you.
Jimmy Leyritz catching Andy Pettit's very strong performance tonight. Incredible, says the headline of the New York Post. Yes, it was that. And heartbreaker, the Atlanta Journal-Constitution provides the opposite end of the emotional spectrum. Yankees up 3-2. Bob Page is back at the sports desk as we continue on this Tri-State BMW Yankees post-game report. Bob?
Well, fellas, I am your favorite whipping boy tonight, and as you know, I think I picked the Atlanta Braves to win the series in 6, and I actually kind of thought John Smoltz would win tonight's game, so go ahead. I'm right here, mea culpa, and you can beat me up till your heart's content. I was wrong.
No, Bob, no, we're nicer than that. You see, we're not going to, Mike is still here, by the way. We're not going to do that, but I am going to tell both of you guys that you can't say must win until you get to a must win.
I'm certainly not going to beat up Bob because he'd like it. Bob is. Bob
I wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole.
But I'll tell you what, Bob, I think a lot of people believe that the Yankees really didn't have a great chance at this. 2-0 coming into Atlanta. And, you know, it's not a good feeling when you know you have to beat these guys 4 out of 5 times with the pitching they throw at you. And the Yankees have defied all the odds. And it's still going to be difficult because in order to win this World Series, they have to beat Maddox, or Glavine, two of the best pitchers in baseball. So this is not a gimme yet.
Impossible to figure this sport, that a pitcher can pitch in game 1 of the series and lose a game 12-1 and then come back and win 1-0. I mean, that is about as weird as it absolutely gets. But I think what we're talking about, guys, is a series that, if you exclude the first 2 games, is turning into one of those series that could be labeled great.
I think it is going to be labeled great, because I don't think there's ever been a game 4 like this, and game 5 you followed up with a completely different pitcher's duel, and it has everything you could possibly want. Some bad fielding plays, great clutch hitting, great pitching, great relieving, and it's been fun to do, I'll tell you that.
Bob, I guess you probably didn't do any second guessing during the last 2 games either as you watched it back in New York, did you?
I've learned one thing. I never, ever second guess a managerial move that Joe Torre makes. I don't care if he walks the winning run intentionally. It just doesn't matter, because whatever he touches turns to gold, as they say.
Yeah, I think Joe would really be smart to go to Atlantic City or Vegas right when the series is over.
Do you guys have any thoughts on some comments that Keith Hernandez made, most notably the other day on the radio, and other people say, about New York teams playing better on the road because they're under such intense media scrutiny here, and the fans are so tough on them in New York, they somewhat relax a little bit more away from home. Do you think that's part of the Yankees' success?
You know, Bob, I find it hard to believe, because I think the stadium crowd was nothing but supportive. I mean, did it change since last year when the Yankees won the 2 games against the Mariners at the stadium? So I don't buy into that. You know, I asked a lot of the Yankees that, and they said it's hard to explain. They just ran into 2 great pitchers. They ran into Smoltz and Maddox, and I think most of the guys really sit back and say the reason they played badly at the stadium was because the 6-day layoff really got to them.
Yeah, let's face it, when strange things happen, you look for excuses, explanations, and sometimes there just aren't any. Anyway, we'll continue, I think, from here in Atlanta as we continue post-game on the Tri-State BMW post-game report. The Yankees with a thrill in the dugout as they watch Paul O'Neill grasp that final out ever so tightly. Back in a moment. This is MSG, and we're all over it.
When the night has come,
if you've been waiting for a great deal on a great Buick,
and the land is dark,
now's the time.
and the moon is the only light we'll see.
Now you can drive the all-new 1997 LeSabre. Why wait? Your Buick dealer has the 97 LeSabre in stock today. Secure, peace of mind, LeSabre, the best-selling full-size car in America.
Stand by me.
Your own private cabin on British Airways First doesn't just give you the best night's sleep in the air. It gives you all the privacy you could dream of.
Coors Light, the silver bullet. It's shipped cold to tap the clean taste of the Rockies.
Good boy.
The new Coors Light wide mouth can is here with a giant opening for a smoother pour.
We've been promising that you would hear the thoughts of Andy Pettitte on his tremendous, his gutsy performance tonight in Atlanta, the 8 1/3 inning outing that gave the New York Yankees the 1-0 victory over the Braves and the 3-2 lead in the World Series. And just a few moments ago, here's what Andy told the assembled media.
Did you consider watching the entire time that Wetland was out there with the towel over your head?
No, I was just saying a prayer for him. I've been praying for him all year when he comes in and closes the game. I was just hoping he could do it one more time.
Who else? Yes, Cecil? Did you have to talk to Joe into letting you go out to pitch the ninth?
No, I was standing on deck.